Thank you, Connor. Good morning. This is a convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Today is June 18th, 2026, where it's approximately 10:05 a.m. This is public meeting number 590. We're hosting this meeting virtually. I'm Jordan Maynard. I serve as chair. We will do a roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this is my swan song. Excited to be doing it one last time. And with that, I move that the commission accept the public meeting minutes from our meetings on May 7th, 2026 and May 21st, 2026 as provided for in the commissioner's packet and subject to discussion here today, subject as always to any corrections for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Secretary Broder. I'm not sure how the lag works. You may have one or two more. I can't remember. There's always a lag. But I will say thank you for your great service as secretary, and thank you to your team around you that helped make you look better, I'm sure.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
With that, we are going to turn it over to the Executive Director, Dean Sarpa. Good morning, Dean.
Good morning, Chair Maynard. Thank you very much. And good morning, commissioners. Nice to see everybody. We do have one topic to go through during the administrative update today. It has to do with the voluntary self-exclusion program and an update to how we're going to pair it with our new Playwell offices. And so for that, I think it's best for me to just turn it right over to our Director of Responsible Gaming and Research, Mark Vanderlinden, who will explain it in more detail.
Great.
And there he is. I see him.
I'm right here. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, AD Serpa. So over the past few months, the Commission has worked to roll out a number of new brands associated with our work, including in March, the Playwell program, and most recently, the Safer Bets Start Here campaign. The aim in these brands is to create added familiarity, public trust, and public awareness. In this spirit, we've worked internally and with a third-party vendor to develop a new brand for the voluntary self-exclusion program. So today, we are introducing Playbreak, the voluntary self-exclusion program, in order to create a recognizable logo and brand around this program. Playbreak will strive to be an approachable, non-stigmatizing brand for an already essential program that has served over 3,000 people since it started back in 2015. So this is the brand itself, and you can see it paired with the Playwell brand that was rolled out again last March. So that's what I have, Chair.
Thank you. Questions, comments, commissioners? All right. Well, I look forward. Listen, I think it makes sense to put some branding around this. I'm glad that you did that, Mark, and you and your team, and Dean and Mills and all the folks that were involved. So appreciate that. Hope that people know that it is a resource. And as we've discussed a few times, voluntary self-exclusion isn't in the natural lexicon of people walking around the streets. And so helping them out on knowing what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I think we're at item number 4. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Lennon to set the stage. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. First up on the agenda for today is PPC's first quarterly report. We have the team from PPC, Thomas Alger, Kathy Lucas, and Bob Charette. and I will kick it over to them to do their presentation.
Morning.
Mhm.
Morning.
Morning.
Hopefully everyone, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Awesome. So, good morning, Chairman Maynard, Commissioners O'Brien, Hill, Skinner, Berger, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present Plainridge Park Casino's Q1 2026 results. Today we'll have Tom Algiers, our VP of Finance, Bob Charette, our Director of Security, presenting along with us. We'll also have Stephen Bradford, our VP of Marketing. We'll start with our financials, transition into our regulatory compliance framework, and then wrap up with the incredible work that we're doing around our team members. But before we get started with our Q1 presentation, I'd like to kick us off with an introduction of our new Vice President and General Manager, Mark Gastala. Mark joins
Thank you so
us
much.
Mark
Oh,
joins
sorry,
us-
Kathy.
Okay, let me give one more sentence.
Go
Mark
ahead.
joins us from our property, our Hollywood Casino property in Bangor, Maine. Mark has a total of 8 years with Penn Entertainment, and he's got multiple years with MGM Resorts International in the gaming industry. Now, Mark, it's yours.
Kathy, thank you very much. I appreciate that introduction. And I just want to say good morning to everyone, Chair Maynard and commissioners. An absolute pleasure to be able to be on this call. And also just wanted to thank each and every one of you for the opportunity to introduce myself yesterday and to meet you in person. It was greatly appreciated. For me, I'm absolutely thrilled to be a part of the Plainridge Park team. As Kathy mentioned, looking at the successes of the property, it's truly remarkable. And again, to be a part of this and work closely with this great group of individuals is truly awesome for me. And of course, for, again, Chair Maynard and the commissioners and everyone on the regulatory side, I look very much forward to working with each and every one of you as well. So thank you so much for enabling me to be on the call today.
It's great. It's great to
So we'll
say
start
hello
off
to
with
you.
Tom.
Great to see you, and thank you so much, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair Maynard.
Okay, very good. Good morning, Chairman Maynard and commissioners. Starting off with sports wagering. Total sports wagering revenue for the quarter was $944,000, with $141,000 paid in taxes to the Commonwealth. These amounts represent increased sports wagering of $369,000 and $55,000 additional paid taxes to the Commonwealth when compared to Q1 2025, primarily driven by the Patriots participating in the Super Bowl, which was great, and March Madness. Next slide. The casino side of the business saw increases compared to prior year, with net slot revenues of $43,953,000 and total taxes to the Commonwealth of $21,537,000. These amounts represent increased net slot revenue of $458,000 and $224,000 additional paid taxes to the Commonwealth when compared to Q1 2025. Quarter one sales were $678,000 compared to Q1 2025 of $644,000. There were no changes to any of our programming or placement of lottery within the quarter. Moving on to our qualified spend for Q1, $744,000 or 62% of our qualified spend went to businesses located in the Commonwealth. And of the $744,000, approximately $38,000 or 5% went to businesses located within the surrounding communities. Our annual vendor diversity goal is 21% of qualified spend, and we surpassed our qualified spend this quarter by 7%. We exceeded and or achieved our goals in all of our targets. Compared to prior quarter, total diversified spend was down 33%, which was in line with qualified spend being down 34%. This chart provides the actual spend amounts for Q1 2026 versus Q4 2025. Please note, total diverse spend as a percentage of qualified spend was 27.6% for Q1 2026 and 27.3% for Q4 2025. That's everything on the financials. I'll pass it now to Bob, who will give you an update on our compliance data. Bob?
Thank you, Tom. Good morning to the Commission. As you can view on our compliance slide, a total of 97 people were prevented from entering the gaming establishment in Q1. Of those, 11 were minors, 15 were underage, and 56 had an expired, invalid, or no ID. One underage person was escorted from the sports wagering area of the casino in January, and one underage person was escorted from the gaming floor in February. Neither of these two underage individuals engaged in slot play, sports wagering, or alcohol consumption. During this 3-month period, there were 15 weapons detected by our weapons detection system. Unless there are any questions, I'll turn the presentation back over to Kathy for an overview of our employment and community relations efforts. Kathy?
Thank you, Bob. During Q1, we had 447 team members, slightly lower than last quarter's 452. We continue to exceed our diversity goal of 15%, with 33% of our team members being diverse. We exceeded our veterans goal of 2% in Q1, with 3% of our team members that identified their veteran status. In Q1, 46% of our team members were women, slightly under our goal of 50%, but very consistent with our demographics in the area. In Q1, 28% of our team members were local, a little lower than our goal of 35%. You'll also see in the quarter, 63% of our team members were full-time and 37% are part-time. We don't have any seasonal employees currently employed. Looking at Sportsbook, we had 14 team members who are working in the Sportsbook. 7% identify as diverse. We don't have any veterans in the Sportsbook. 36% are women, 29% are local, and 57% are full-time. On the next slide, you'll see our numbers or data around supervisors and above. You'll see that we have 80 members in the leadership team. Of those, 19% are diverse, 6% are veterans, and 33% are women. We'll go on to some of the work that we're doing around leadership development. In Q1, you'll see we acknowledged our team members who were aces of Penn in the quarter. And we also, in Q1, had our ACES end of the year gala, where we took the 25 team members who were aces of the quarter and found 5 aces of the year. We also held our town hall meeting where the team members get property updates and the property plan. And then we launched our Emerging Leaders Program, which is the 6-month development program to prepare hourly team members for management roles. On the next slide, for Q1, you'll see some of the activities we had around team member engagement. You'll see we do a lot of events around holidays. So you'll see the work for New Year's Eve, Veterans Day, MLK Day, and St. Patrick's Day. We also celebrated in that quarter International Women's Day. We had 2 events that the team supported as host and sponsored. So the first event we had on property here, we held an International Women's Day with the Chamber of Commerce, or Tri-Town Chamber of Commerce, where we had a guest speaker, Latoya Edwards from the local news. And then we also had Senator Liz Miranda and Bobby Carlton as panelists, spilling the tea about women in the workplace today. We also went to the International Women's Day breakfast in Boston, and we were pleased to spend some time with our commissioners and the support staff there. for that event where the mayor presented. The last piece you'll see on there, you'll see the activities we did with Game Sense at the time, which is now Playwell for Responsible Gaming Month, and then also our last coffee chat that the team members were able to have with North. And on our last slide here, we'll talk about the activities that we did with the community for Q1. So we hosted an internal and external canned food drive. Our team members, along with our patrons, brought in canned food, and that food went to Lenore's Pantry, a local pantry here. We, again, the community work that we did with the two organizations for International Women's Day. We also did an activity for the American Cancer Society where we did their Daffodil fundraiser, which was their kickoff to the 2026 Making Strides Walk campaign. We hosted a veteran sip and shop in our loft. And then we also had a local job fair with the University, Johnson & Wales. So a lot of activity in the quarter, and we'll continue to do that in Q2. With that, again, we have Stephen Bradford here in marketing, Mark, our new GM, and Tom and Bob, if you have any questions for us now.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for Kathy or Bob or anyone else?
Well, thank you. We'll turn off our mics and cameras.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the updates.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mark.
Thank you so much.
All right. I believe we're sticking with you,
Correct.
Chief Menon.
And thank you to the PPC team. Now we'll move on to the MGM Springfield team for their first quarter of 2026 quarterly report. And we have Gus Kim, Winter Hawkins, Beth Ward, and Daniel Miller from MGM. And they're all here to do their presentation. So I'll kick it over to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate the introduction. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you again for the opportunity for MGM to come before you and the public to present our Q1 report. Prior to doing so, I would like to extend on behalf of MGM Springfield a warm welcome to Mark, the new leader at Plainridge. I did not have the pleasure of knowing Mark while he was at MGM, so I look forward to getting to know him as part of our Massachusetts gaming community. I think we have a meeting with him next week or next month, I'm sorry. So I look forward to getting to know Mark. So welcome aboard, Mark, and I look forward to getting to know you. With that, as Derek had said, with me today to present our Winter Hawkins, Beth Ward, and Dan Miller. And I'd like to turn this over to Winter to start the presentation. Thank you, Winter.
Good morning. So we'll start with our Q1 gaming revenue and taxes. So for Q1, our gaming revenue was $72,189,954, in which we paid $6,756,075 in taxes. Our breakdown. So table revenue for Q1 26 was $14,338,000. Slots revenue $57,851,000, bringing our total gaming to $72,189,954 with the $18,047,489 in taxes. Going over to our sports wagering revenue, MGM Springfield collected $202,276 in taxable revenue and paid $30,341 in taxes. And BetMGM collected $14,611,799 in revenue and paid $2,922,359 in taxes. Our lottery sales for the first quarter were $527,122, which is a 32% increase over prior year. Same slide, just showing the breakdown of all the quarters, just showing our first quarter with a 32% increase over prior year. Next slide. Our Q1 diversity spend, a little under our goal of 13%. Total spend contributed was $1,062,103. We are continuing to see, this year we'll see the impact. We have lost 2 of our big suppliers. Both of them lost their certification. One company was brought out by a larger company that no longer qualifies. So we'll continue to see some of that. Local spend for the quarter, 35%, which was $2,749,798. And our total Massachusetts spend, 42% of $3,288,508. This first quarter, we had minimal events. Weather wasn't a good factor on our side. Our team did participate in the NEBC, which that organization, it's a name change. It was prior to the Greater New England Diversity Minority Supplier Diversity Council. They have changed their name to New England Business Growth Collective. So same organization, same people. Our team participated in that. Additionally, one of our local vendors, NEPM, they do a trade show usually each quarter, and our team was able to participate there. I will turn it over to Dan Miller for compliance updates.
Thank you, Winter. Good
Mr.
morning,
Chairman.
Chair. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
Question for Winter on your diversity spend.
Yes.
I think it was around this time last year, the Commonwealth held a supplier diversity fair. I remember correctly, it was the Commonwealth that hosted it. And can't remember if MGM Springfield participated, but if not, just wondering if anyone has any insight as to whether that fair will be recurring this year. If so, whether MGM Springfield will be participating. And if not, what your efforts have been to ramp up that supplier diversity spend or to seek out and identify diverse suppliers.
We did participate last year in the event. We'd have to get back to you. I'm not sure if there's anything scheduled for this year as far as fairs. I haven't heard much yet. We haven't. I know and Beth is on the call as well to speak if she's gotten any inquiries from any other organizations. We hosted the spring was it Economic Development Chamber. That was also last year, I believe, Beth, or maybe the end of 24. We also hosted an event here. My team has continued to be out in the community working with organizations. I know the mayor is putting forth an effort. A release just went out for, I think it's today. Diverse vendors, they're getting some recognition. So looking forward to seeing those new vendors that being brought online from the city as well to see if those are any vendors we can use. But we will keep our ear open and do plan to participate in any ongoing events.
Thank you.
If I could just chime in for a moment. I know Winter just mentioned the city of Springfield, who again has just announced that they have become a certification source. So we are really looking forward to working with them. They're having a big announcement today. So we have already reached out to see how we can increase our numbers that way. So that's just one more avenue that we have to work with city and more local diverse vendors. So we're looking forward to that, along with the Latino Development Council in Springfield as well. We're very active with them and hoping to identify more, as we've lost some, as Winter has suggested, and we're looking actively to try to fill those roles.
Understood. And I know Winter characterized the decrease in percentage as a short decrease. I think it's more than a short decrease. And looking forward to further understanding what you're doing, what efforts and steps you're taking to regain that loss. So thank you.
It's a daily here with Winter and her team. I know that, and working with the community too, this is a daily topic of conversation, so it is not lost on us. So we're working very hard to again get those numbers up. So understood.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you, everybody. I'll take over and continue for our compliance case. And I'm glad to say there's some additional good news here. I'll start by the first line in January, the fact that there were zeros across the board there. And then, as usual, so that I can speak to all of you, but mainly Commissioner O'Brien, the longest time there of 26 minutes. The 26 minutes was the entire time between the person entering the gaming area and being escorted out. And what happened was they did not go through security. They did go over the handrail, tried to buy in at a table game, which was refused. The table games dealer obviously couldn't leave the table, but the pit manager tracked the person down to a slot machine, preventing them from gaming, and got security over there. So they actually made it their mission to make sure that this underage was found and removed. So everything together was the 26 minutes. But overall, one, I'm glad to see, the numbers continue to stick around that zero number, if not very low single digits. And then what I'll also throw out there ahead of our next meeting is that May also saw zeros across the board as well. Compliance is doing good. I'll turn it back over to Winter.
Thank you. Going over our employment numbers, in our minority classification, we have 55% of minority employees, which shows 903 employees, 68 veterans, which is 4%, and 664 women, which makes 40%. We have 38% of Springfield residents, which equates to 630 employees. Total number of employees during Q1, 1,655, of which 1,003 were full-time, 393 were part-time, and 259 were on call. Turning this over, sorry, this one actually is mine as well. So workforce and hiring initiatives, our continued partnerships with UMass and the Eisenberg School of Business. Our TA team continues to do property tours and presentations to groups of students at UMass. They conducted career fairs at Tech Foundry, Mass Hire, AIC, and also UMass, the School of Business. Under workforce development, worked with Mass Hire, the recruitment center, conducted a workshop with Just for Success with the theme of self-resilience and empowerment, so all women's event, and also did a workshop with the Professional Women's Group, which is also part of Just for Success, so able to touch a couple different women's groups to spread the word of MGM as well. Turning it over to Beth with community outreach and special events.
A lot to talk about as usual, and we're always so proud to get to this part of our presentation. You can see on this slide, MGM Springfield Volunteers supported the region's largest MLK celebration that was held at the Mass Mutual Center right across the street. 1,000 attendees, music, poetry, a lot more for the citywide celebration. So we always take part in this, and this is a big one for our team as well, a day-long event. United Way grocery distribution, you've seen this before, but this is something we continue to do for families in need. We help to prepare and serve those families who come in and have a shopping experience and get their bags of groceries. And this is located not far from property, so we are very proud to continue that relationship, as well as Friends of the Homeless. This is something we do. You've heard me say this before several times a month, where our team, they kind of, I don't want to say fight to go to this event, but there's only so many that can go. And every month it's a rotating group of our crew who goes and prepares and serves lunch just up the street from property. We could go to the next slide. More in Q1, more fun for Q1. Dr. Seuss Reading Day, that was at a local elementary school, something we do frequently, a favorite for our team as well. Dr. Seuss, of course, being a native of Springfield. Square One celebration, we donated several pallets of school supplies and created a birthday for all celebration. We had hundreds and hundreds of our team members fill out birthday cards so that when it is someone's birthday at Square One, a child's birthday, they get a birthday card. So another good one for our team. Excuse me. Loaves and fishes, I've talked about that as well. We'll go to the wrap up here. You can see we served over 1,800 meals to local homeless, distributed hundreds of bags with that of groceries with the United Way. That's a free grocery support system for our local families. And you can see there many of our community partners, some long time we have identified as we continue to do, some new community nonprofit partners. Again, very proud to be in our community this way. If we could move on to our special events, we had our grand reopening of our newly imagined spa. It's Lux Spa. That was March 10th. This is in partnership with a local entrepreneur. We love her and her team. This has been incredibly well received, as you can imagine, on property. Wanted to highlight this and this partnership. This is a woman who has a couple of establishments in and around the Springfield area, and we are thrilled that she has partnered with us to open this absolutely gorgeous spa on property. So excited about that. And wanted to wrap up our special events with, of course, the Play Well ribbon cutting. That was on March 27th. We received some fantastic media coverage. There was a lot of excitement. I know Commissioner Hill and our own Dan Miller were the media stars of the day. So we're happy to get that word out that we have this beautiful new reimagined space. If we want to move on, I get the opportunity to talk about entertainment as well. Talking about the Mass Mutual Center,
So
the
Beth,
Thunderbird.
for 1 second, I see Commissioner Broder raise his hand, which we're trying to do.
Use my electronic.
Commissioner Broder.
Real quick question.
Your mic is not working well, Commissioner Broder. We hear you, but you sound like you're way far away.
Do about that.
Oh, now we got you.
All right, good. So the spa thing, that sounds delightful. Is that something that is, is it yours or is that person an independent business?
She is an independent business owner, a vendor, if you will. So we partnered her. Obviously, we own the space. She has reimagined it along with the help of our team. She and her team and her partner, they run that space, but it's all in conjunction with our team here at MGM, with marketing and other ways that we work together to drive business for her. But it's, again, been so well received and our guests just love it. So it's another great partnership that we're thrilled to have. So yes, she's an independent business owner.
Your employee tally, those folks wouldn't count as when you do that total number of employees. Just curious, it's not like a huge issue.
No, those employees are not included in our employee count.
Thank you, Commissioner Broder, and I'll note while we do have a stoppage here, 77% in a border town, essentially, of mass residents is pretty good, even not including those numbers. So that said, sorry, Beth, please continue.
On to more fun stuff. Sure. All right, taking a look at Mass Mutual Center and entertainment during Q1, we had a first of its kind event. The Thunderbirds, who, as I've said so many times here during these presentations, is just lights out for Springfield. They sell out almost every game. They came together with the Dropkick Murphys and did a game and then went over to the arena for Dropkick Murphys concert. Both sold out. Downtown was rocking. It was just such a great night, and we look forward to more of that to come and more announcements of that to come. Also, we had Stars on Ice. We had the medalists from the Olympics that came to Springfield and selected cities. And we were very proud that we were one of those. Disney on Ice, always a sellout, as was Stars on Ice, in a matter of hours. Mercy Me came to MMC, and again, Thunderbirds packing out the arena. They clinched the playoffs, so that was very exciting as well. Upcoming, wanted to talk about a lot of focus on the landing, the new outdoor space at the Mass Mutual Center. Here's a few things that I will talk in more detail coming up, but we have a yoga series. We have a lawn party at the landing, similar to Free Music Fridays. That's on Thursdays over at the landing. So it's a great partnership. Come out Thursday after work, come out Friday over to MGM. Brewfest later this month, and inside MMC later this month. Also Yellow Card, who remembers the plain white tees? I do. So they'll be joining Yellow Card as well as Newfound Glory. And looking ahead to the winter, we're really excited to bring back the Basketball Hall of Fame. I know that's teasing out a long way down the road, but that is a huge deal for the city of Springfield and for the Mass Mutual Center and MGM. We could go to the next Q1 Entertainment at MGM and over at Springfield Symphony Hall. Chelsea Handler, she was back. She loves coming to Springfield. We love having her. Sold out, very popular Brit Floyd, the Pink Floyd Experience, also at Symphony Hall. In our Aria Ballroom, Little River Band took the stage in February. I can say from personal experience, amazing. They were sold out in a matter of hours as well. Still got it. Also in Aria, in March of note, Michael Carbonara, the Wonder Boy tour, sold out. So a lot of good things happening in the Aria Ballroom. And if we want to move to another little teaser for what is to come, the extremely popular Free Music Fridays, that concert series is back to much fanfare. The plaza has been packed. I can't wait to talk to you about it next time. Kicked off the season with Trailer Trash, a few thousand people in attendance. Cinderella's Tom Kiefer with special guest Buck Cherry. Comedian Brad Williams, Teresa Caputo is back, always sells out. Same case. Again, excited to wrap that up for you next time, but a lot of fun things to come and looking into the future in the fall as well. And that does it for us. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
I can't tell you how happy I am to see all this entertainment coming to Springfield. I said something yesterday in a meeting, and I'll say it here publicly. Entertainment and gaming go hand in hand. And if you don't have the entertainment piece of the gaming, you know, sometimes you may fail. And I know with COVID, it was very difficult to bring in good entertainment, but I'll tell you, the updates that you've been giving us over the past year or so is top-notch entertainment. And anybody who's listening to this meeting needs to understand, like, these are big entertainment acts that you are bringing to Springfield. And to hear you say that they're all selling out warms my heart, because I know it's so important for gaming to have entertainment. It's a partnership that goes hand in hand. So I'm thrilled that things are going well. I was going to ask you about specific acts and how well they did, but I won't bore people with that question. But congratulations on not only the entertainment you're bringing, but the fact that it's been such a huge success out in the Springfield and the sports as well. And I think I saw the chairman give a thumbs up about the Basketball Hall of Fame stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, him and I went to the Hall of Fame when we were both first appointed, when we had an event out there, and we made some comments about the Hall of Fame and, you know, why there aren't more things happening around it in Springfield. So I know it was a teaser, but I think it was a very good teaser, at least for us basketball fans.
Well, thanks, Commissioner Hill. We, our entertainment team and just our team in general, we know how important that is, and we've talked about it so many times here, and we're just as excited as you are. So a lot more to come, and that's all I can say, but I'm very excited for what's ahead.
As are we.
Commissioner Hill and I privately had our fingers crossed 2 years ago out there while we were playing some ball and walking around the Hall of Fame. So, all right. Anything else, commissioners, for our friends at MGM? My only downside to that whole presentation is winter started going backwards into the winter events, and it looked cold. And I'm like, I don't even want to think about that. It's June. It's beautiful. Let's not even go backwards. But that's the nature of the quarterly reports. We have to go back. So, all right.
Next time it'll be all sunshine and dandelions.
Yeah,
We'll talk
but
spring.
not outside. But inside here it will be. All right. All right. Thank you, Linda. Anything else, Chief Lennon?
For this agenda item, no, I look forward to joining you back for items 7 and 10 later on. So thank you very much, and thank you to the MGM team.
Thank you, Team MGM. Thank you, PPC. With that, we're going to go to Dr. Lightbound.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Our first item today is the payment to the Jockeys Guild from pari-mutuel taxes for 2025. This comes from 128A, Section 5H, which details how the pari-mutuel taxes are to be distributed. It says $65,000 annually to the organization as determined by the Commission that represents the majority of jockeys who are licensed by the Commission and regularly ride in the Commonwealth for the purpose of providing health and other welfare benefits to active, disabled, and retired jockeys. With Suffolk not racing live, we looked back at that and determined that there really wasn't a way to pay active jockeys because there were no more active jockeys. Obviously, disabled and retired jockeys are still, around and can benefit from receiving these. Again, back in 2001, the Commission looked at this and determined that we could do that. And ever since then, it has been approved by the Commission. Mindy Coleman and I have reviewed the requirements for the jockeys to qualify for these funds again and have no changes to that. Mindy figures there's approximately 16 or 17 jockeys in these two categories, and that would end up being around 4,000 or 3,800 to each of those jockeys if the Commission approves that today. Mindy is here if you have any questions. So my recommendation is that the Commission does approve the Jockey Guild as the organization that represents jockeys for the purpose of this chapter. They are a long-term representative group of the jockeys in Massachusetts, and there is no other group in Massachusetts that represents the jockeys.
Thank you, Dr. Lightbound. Questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Broder, I see your mute is on.
I have a motion, Mr. Chairman. If we also.
Okay, well, we'll make sure we're good. Any discussion on this matter before we take up a motion? Thanks for being here, Mindy, as always.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. We appreciate you.
Commissioner Broder, you have a motion?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Commission approve the Jockeys Guild as the organization that represents the majority of jockeys for the purposes of General Law, Chapter 128A, Section 5H4.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. All right, I believe we're sticking with you, Dr. Lightbound.
Yes, thank you. And our next item is the promo request from PPC for their handicapping contest. They've done something similar for the past several years. Steve O'Toole is on the call if commissioners have further questions on it. in detail. And otherwise, I'll turn it over to Chad Bork, our financial analyst, first to go ahead and present it to you. Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, Alex. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. So each month, funds are deposited into a promotional trust that our licensees can use to engage customers, increase attendance, and maximize handle. Distributions are made upon the Commission's approval of the licensee's request for consideration, followed by a request for reimbursement. So today's item is request for consideration submitted by Plainridge Park Casino in the amount of $50,000, which will be used to fund 4 handicapping contests. The first one is the summer solstice, which will take place on June 27th. Then we have the Traverse Stakes preview, August 8th, end of summer classic, September 5th. And they'll wrap it up with a battle royale on October 10th. After reviewing the submission and supporting documents, I consider the request to be in good order and can recommend approval. So unless there are any questions, I can turn it over to Steve O'Toole, who'll share a little bit more details about the contests. Steve?
Well, thanks, Chad. This is something that we've done over the past 3 or 4 years, I guess, and it's been very popular with our customers. Everybody loves to be the boss of the handicapping contest and have bragging rights, especially in the horse racing community and the customers that come on a weekly basis to visit us, especially on Saturdays, which is always our biggest day. And it's free to enter, and they really appreciate it. And a lot of times, the money does come back to us through handle, and we just find it a very positive thing. And every year the customers start asking, "Are we going to be doing it again? Are we going to be doing it again?" So we found that it's a money that's well spent and put to that use. And I thank the Commission for approving this in the past, and Chad and Alex's work to prepare it for your approval. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Director O'Toole. Questions, comments? Director O'Toole. Commissioner Hill?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Commission approve the request for an expenditure of $50,000 from the Harness Horse Promotional Trust Fund in accordance with GL Chapter 128A, Section 5G, for the purpose described in the materials included in the Commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Yeah, I think that was Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Broder?
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Good luck to all the handicappers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
I would not be good at it, Steve. I would not be good.
You didn't have the Preakness of the Derby winner? No.
If anybody had the Derby winner, congratulations to them, because that was a.
So a note of interest on the Derby winner and the female trainer, Sherry DeVoe. Her brother drives harness horses at Saratoga Harness and has driven at Plainridge. So it's a horse racing family, and it's a great story.
It was a great story.
Yeah.
And we were I was super excited that it went that way.
She's a very hard worker and has dedicated her whole life to the business. So it was great to see that transpire.
Cool stuff. All right. Thank you for that. Learn something new every day at the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. All right. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Dr. Lightbound. Anything else, Dr. Lightbound?
That completes our racing items for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, Mindy. All right, let's go to. We're going to take an item out of order, where it's around 11 o'clock. Sorry, Director Van der Linden. I'm going to turn it over to, I saw it pop up, legal. Are we close enough to 11 to take this?
I think so, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to see if the folks from DraftKings were in the meeting yet. I got to just kind of go through the screen here.
Tell you what, help if we do a 5-minute break. Come back
yeah, that'd be great.
All right, I'll refresh my coffee. Okay, we'll come back at 11 o'clock. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission after a quick break. We're hosting this meeting virtually, so we have to do a roll call. Good morning again, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning again, Commissioner Hill.
Hello, I am here.
Good morning again, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
And same to you, Commissioner Broder.
Here.
All right. I'm also here with that. We're going to go out of order to item number 11, and I will let General Counsel Scanlon set the stage, and then I believe I'll have to read some executive session language into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yep, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Deputy Justin Stempick, who will introduce item number 11A on the agenda out of order. So I'll turn it over to Justin.
Thank you, Kevin. Mr. Chair, this item is before you today. This is a follow-up from a discussion on a public meeting back in November of last year when DraftKings came to the commission to first present a corrective action plan. As you all will remember, the corrective action plan was a condition after the adjudicatory hearing on the credit card matter. So that first came before you back in November. There was some discussion at that meeting. DraftKings took that feedback back and has, as I understand it, worked with the IEB, met with them several times to craft a new and updated corrective action plan, which is in the packet today at page 262. DraftKings is also prepared today to do a presentation of their ServiceNow software, which they've asked to do an executive session. So without further ado, I can turn it over to Attorney Tony Starr and the DraftKings team.
Thanks, Justin, and good morning, commissioners. Thanks very much on behalf of DraftKings for meeting with us today. As Justin shared, after the meeting with you on November 6th, we went back to work on the corrective action plan. That work included a meeting with the IEB in December, some additional drafting on our part, sharing an updated draft with the IEB in February of this past year, meeting with the IEB again in March to receive their input, revising the document once again, and then sharing what we believe would be the final draft with the IEB in April, and got some comments back from the IEB then, and then shared it with Justin in early May. Part of our presentation today, as Justin said, is we would like to share with the Commission the ServiceNow software, which we think addresses many of the questions raised by the Commissioner and described in the corrective action plan. We think that the best way to really understand much of the corrective action plan is to let us walk you through how ServiceNow functions, and Dave Foppert's prepared to do that. As Justin said, we would request that it be done in executive session. While ServiceNow is a software that's available in the marketplace, as Mr. Foppert will explain, DraftKings has implemented various specific technology integrated into the ServiceNow, and we believe it's proprietary and would request that we present it in executive session. I will mention that we did share the ServiceNow platform with the IEB at our meeting with them in December.
Thank you, Tony. Commissioners, are we interested in seeing how that software works? I know that we had several questions regarding that. All right, let me read some language into the record. The Commission anticipates convening in an executive session in accordance with General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, and General Law, Chapter 23N, Section 6I, to view a demonstration of DraftKings ServiceNow software program. As the information being presented constitutes trade secrets, competitively sensitive information, or proprietary information, the disclosure of which would be detrimental to the operator. Would we like to enter for those reasons?
Mr. Chairman, because I have had the benefit of being given an overview of the ServiceNow software, I move that we enter into executive session for the reasons you just stated on the record.
Thank you. We have a
Second.
second. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
All right, so I believe we're going to be moved over to the room. I did give late notice for that removal, so it may take a second. session. Wait, make sure everyone moves over. Connor, can you confirm we're in public session? All right, thank you. We just finished a robust conversation with DraftKings in executive session regarding ServiceNow. The commissioners were able to get their questions answered and to their satisfaction. I'll say that for the record publicly. We appreciate Councilor Starr as well as David, who walked us through the presentation, and Jen and all the folks from DraftKings for joining us. And with that, if there's nothing else for the public session, we're going to return to our agenda.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you, Tony. All right. So that was 11A. We're going to now go to item number 6, which is our proposed FY27 research agenda. I will give Director Van der Linden and his team just a second to get on. Good morning, Director Van der Linden.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning again, Commissioners. I'm referring to page 74 of your packet, which includes a memo on the proposed FY27 research agenda. So both the Expanded Gaming Act's Chapter 23K, Section 71, and the Act to Regulate Sports Wagering 23N, Section 23, directs the MGC with the advice of the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee to carry out an annual research agenda to comprehensively assess the impacts of gambling in Massachusetts. During the Commission's public meeting on April 9th, Dr. Andrews and I presented a draft FY27 research agenda. The proposed agenda included support for several ongoing or multi-year projects, including to Boston University School of Public Health, 3 studies, social research studies, including a statewide representative survey of Massachusetts residents to assess gambling attitudes, gambling behaviors, and problem gambling, the creation of the Gambling Advertising Media Exposure, or GAME Index, and the Healthy Minds study to assess gambling behaviors and attitudes in college and university students. Boston University is also carrying out 3 economic research studies, including an annual economic performance report that includes the surveillance of economic impacts related to casino and sports wagering, including employment, income, spending, and other measures over time, and 2 studies that address how casinos have shaped the local and state economy. The ongoing support would also cover the Public Health Institute of Western Massachusetts to facilitate the addition of gambling-related questions into Springfield's youth surveys, as well as to the Safe Exit Initiative, who's currently carrying out a study to assess the influence of casinos and casino resorts on sex trafficking in Massachusetts. It includes funding for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, International Gaming Institute, for continued support of the Behavioral Risk Indicator Database of Gambling Evidence, or BRIDGE. This is a catalog of behavioral risk indicators that will be updated annually to help the MGC and other audiences understand the evidence for support of those measures. And finally, it includes support for 2 continued community engaged research projects, including to Texas Tech University, who's carrying out a study looking at perspectives and impact of legalized gambling on the addiction recovery community. And one to an organization called Technical Assent, who is very close to wrapping up a study looking at gambling and veterans. As described on April 9th, it also included several new proposed topics, including support for one project using the anonymized casino player data, or Section 97 data, additional new community engaged research projects that would be determined by the community, a study of underage access to sports wagering platforms and best practices in prevention, a study of the relationship between gambling and suicide, and finally, but not least of which, was a proposed study, a proposed longitudinal cohort study of gambling behavior in Massachusetts, particularly focused on young adults. During the same meeting, the commission requested that we add an equity audit about responsible gaming and responsible advertising as recommended in the MGC-funded Asian Cares research report. Commissioners also in that same meeting noted the importance of youth-focused research as well as an interest in examining the comorbidities that may lead or contribute to gambling in order to inform appropriate development of services. And finally, the commission noted was especially enthusiastic about the potential impact findings that would come from a cohort study. Following that meeting on April 9th, commission staff met with the Gaming Research Advisory Committee. During that meeting, we shared the draft FY27 research agenda and asked for their feedback. I won't go through all that feedback, but that is bulleted on page 10 of the memo in your packet. The following week, commission staff met with the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee for a presentation and discussion on the proposed research agenda as required. During this meeting, one member of the committee suggested a study of the economic impacts of iGaming, which would complement the recently released study examining the potential social impacts of iGaming if legalized in Massachusetts. So based on those three meetings and feedback that was received during those meetings, the Research and Responsible Gaming Division recommends 3 changes to the FY27 research agenda that was originally proposed on April 9th. First is replace one of the community engaged research studies with an equity audit about responsible gaming and responsible gambling advertising as recommended by the MGC funded Asian Cares research report. The second would be to add a study that was initially proposed in the Community Mitigation Fund. This study proposed by the Springfield Department of Health and Human Services would be a community-engaged, equity-centered needs assessment to identify gaps in problem gambling prevention, screening, referral, and treatment and recovery services for adults 18 plus in the Springfield area. And then the last change that we're recommending would be to expand the Springfield youth surveys to include the communities of Holyoke, Chicopee, and Ludlow. And again, that would be continuing to work with the Public Health Institute of Western Mass in order to expand that survey. In addition, the commission may wish to consider a study that was originally proposed through the Gaming Research Advisory Committee, which would be a study on the neurobiology of gambling, including problem gambling and implications for prevention and treatment. Because this would be a larger multi-year study, if the commission chose that path, we would recommend that it replace, at least for the time being, the proposed cohort study of focused on young adults. The 3 changes, as noted above, would have roughly a $30,000 impact on the overall cost of the FY27 research agenda, increasing it from $2.77 million to $2.8 million. So, Chair, that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to you. You're muted. Okay.
I know, I was having an issue, sorry. We changed, we did the updates to the computers, we changed how my mouse flows, and I'm having a really hard time
Controlling
doing
your
what I need
mouse.
to do.
Yeah.
I asked for the change, it was on me. Full disclosure, that was a self-inflicted wound. Commissioners, questions for Director Vanderlinden? Mr. O'Brien?
It's not questions. I mentioned this to Mark when I got the update. I understand where they're coming from. The reduction in the cohort on the younger population as a means of balancing everything still troubles me. I don't know how fellow commissioners feel, but I wanted to say that publicly to see what conversation, if any, came about. Maybe I'm the only one. I don't know.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Broder?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and it's the challenge we face every year, right? We know it's easy to identify the needs. It's easy to identify all the places where we want to see valuable research done. So to a certain degree, I defer to Mark and his team. So to Commissioner O'Brien's point, we have as a body aggressively focused in a good way on youth impacts, youth marketplace, advertising practice, the whole gamut of things that impacts that population. So I certainly understand where Commissioner O'Brien is coming from.
Commissioner Skinner?
I agree with both Commissioner Broder and Commissioner O'Brien. I think the study on the neurobiology of gambling is certainly worthwhile. I just don't know that I would be willing this year to elevate that over the cohort study. But certainly, I think that time and effort should be put into further discussion and consideration for potentially next fiscal year on that study.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I serve on GPAC as a member, and I know Commissioner Skinner joined as an audience member. It was presented to GPAC. I know it's been presented to others, so I'm comfortable moving forward in that same vein as was expressed by all the commissioners here today. And again, I think this study is ripe for 28. And I will note that with the expanded Sports Wagering Act and the law, there have been more monies flowing for projects like this, and that's the whole point, is to do more research as we have more resources available. So I would imagine it won't be hard to add that in to the fold in the near future. You have what you need, Director Vanderlinden?
I do. I think
Mark
that
for a vote.
A vote that would add or make the three changes, not including the change to the cohort study, but to add one, the equity audit about responsible gaming and responsible gambling advertising. The second would be to add the study that was originally proposed in the Community Mitigation Fund, which was the Community Engaged Equity Centered Needs Assessment in Springfield. And the final would be to expand the funding to the Public Health Institute of Western Massachusetts so that we can include, in addition to Springfield, the communities of Holyoke, Chicopee, and Ludlow.
I will give the commissioners time to format that. And if anybody's ready, I think we're ready for a motion. Commissioner Broder, you're still having a mic issue, and I think it's just maybe the way you're positioned in front of the computer. Try again.
How about now?
Now. Okay.
Better? So this is subject to objection by legal, obviously, any of the other commissioners. I I move the commission approve, where to go? Approve the proposed FY 27 research agenda as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today, subject to incorporation of the 3 additions referenced by Director Van der Linden in discussion of the topic.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. We look forward to launching this.
Thank you. We appreciate it, Director Van der Linden. To your team, we appreciate their efforts on this. And with that, I know that we said about 30 minutes before lunch. Is there any way we can go ahead and move on to item 7 and then hit lunch? All right, let's do it that way. Chief Lennon, I'm turning back to you.
Thank you.
I thought I'd start off and then turn it over to Chief Lennon. if
I'm
you'd like.
sorry, Edie Serpa, that was on me. You did mention you wanted to start this out. So Edie Serpa.
It works either way, and most likely Chief Lennon would have more interesting and thorough information than me, but let me go ahead just to get us started. So thank you, Chair, and I think it's still good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. As you know, we're here to present our recommendation for the MGC's fiscal year 2027 operating budget. As I mentioned, Derek and his team are on the call and will be available for questions. And I should say, as usual, the finance team has done a tremendous job at pulling all the information together and preparing a comprehensive budget for us to discuss today, if we'd like to. But to dig into it, this past year for fiscal 26, the Commission's approved budget was $63.9 million. And now for FY 27, we are requesting of the Commission a budget of $67.6 million. So at the very top line, you'll note this represents a 5.72% increase over last fiscal year. And so when we do that type of analysis, we feel it's important to break out certain highlights. So let me do that for you. One of the more important line items that we have increased in the FY27 budget is the allocation of funds to the Office of the Attorney General, which in that line item, we've included about $633,000 more for fiscal 27. The majority of that funding, of course, about $500,000 of it is associated with the litigation costs for their actions against Kalshi and other prediction market issues. So that's important to note. And when you do exclude that from the top line, the remaining year-over-year increase is 3.81%. Next, if you go from there and you exclude our annually contractually required escalators for our office rent and the central monitoring system, the year-over-year discretionary spending increase becomes 2.17%. Now, what does that all include? The important things to know that includes is that we did build in a 3% cost of living adjustment, potentially to be ready depending on what happens at the executive branch. So that is built into this budget. And of course, we included 3.5% cost of living adjustments for the gaming enforcement unit and our GEU members, which is based on our current collective bargaining agreement and those with the state police and the cities who have units within our GEU. Another important thing to note on this budget is that The Commonwealth's proposed fringe rate increase for fiscal 27 is estimated to increase by 8% year over year, which is, of course, a significant move. To plan for that, we built in only a 4% increase in that line item, because we're expecting that the federal government will negotiate a lower percentage increase with the Commonwealth, or approve, I think is a better way to put it. This budget does include one potential additional FTE that we could use or plan to use potentially for our messaging campaign associated with the new Playwell program and our Safer Pets messaging campaign. That position is currently budgeted against the Public Health Trust Fund. And as you know, we just initiated those messaging campaigns this week and last month, and we're still evaluating whether or not we will need any additional resource there. So I would say that that's a planning position. We funded it for 6 months, but I would say it's still up in the air as to whether or not we would need it. So last, when costing out the budget in this coming fiscal year, 27, we kept the split between gaming and sports wagering consistent with fiscal 26, with 67% going to gaming, 30% to sports wagering, and 3% racing. Yeah. So you can see in the memo that's in your packet, the split is for a call for 42.5 million from the Gaming Control Fund and 14.5 million from the Sports Wagering Control Fund. Those are very high-level details, and obviously Derek and his team and myself are available for additional questions.
Thank you, ED Serpa. Questions, commissioners?
Or Derek, was there anything that you needed to add, or?
No, I don't think so. The one area that you covered the majority of the high level talking points, the one in Mark's presentation before this covered a good piece of why the Public Health Trust Fund is increasing. The research agenda is driving those costs up by close to $1 million, the additional research agenda. And then the only other piece, each item goes into each appropriation with the same cost drivers hitting every single appropriation: COLAs, rent, and fringe benefit rates. So, the major exposures in this budget are that additional possible $700,000 in fringe benefit rate if the federal government approves going from 35% up to 43%. We have some built-in exposures possibly in the GEU unit, depending on staffing levels. And we did cover most of this in 2x2s. And we also have assessments built in. So under the Gaming Control Fund for the $42.5 million recommended funding level, we would have an assessment of $38.5 million. And on page 92 of the packet, it shows how that will be divided up among licensees at the beginning of the year. Our statute requires it to be as of gaming positions on 7/1. So what we have in there right now are estimates, so we can get our first quarterly billing out. And then we'll come back at our first quarterly update for FY27 and revise that for actual slot position and gaming positions as of 7/1. And similar for sports wagering. Right now, we're using sports wagering numbers through April to look at what each operator's portion of so it's a $14.5 million budget for sports wagering. We have about $560,000 in fees that we're projecting, which would leave a close to $14 million assessment. And that's broken up based on each operator's actual share of adjusted gross sports wagering receipts. So we did that through April. That will get us our first quarterly assessment out the door so we can start working on the estimates. And then by the first quarter update for FY27, we'll have the actuals through June 30th, and we'll be able to provide all that to you. So the next step would be put this out for public comment, come back in about 2 weeks. I know it'll be a little bit before 2 weeks because July 3rd is a Friday. And I think we're looking at having the public meeting on July 1st. Any public comments that come in, we'll take them up at that point and then ask for a vote.
So Chief Lennon, thank you for that. Sorry about not going straight to you. I'll offer the
Not a
first
problem.
comment, which is I did ask for this review, but in the 5 years where the MGCs had regulatory responsibilities over casino, racing, and sports wagering, gaming related revenues have increased 159%. And if you look at the same period for the MGC operations, and this is aggregate, it's been somewhere around 66%. So we do a whole lot for a little increase over that 5-year period. And it's been due to the fact that we've had good stewardship from the commission during this time. And so I appreciate that. And to you and your team too, Derek.
Thank you.
And with that, I saw Commissioner Skinner's mute went off for a second. I don't know if you had anything to add.
I don't think it did, but I'll take the opportunity now. Just want to add my thanks to Chief Lennon and the rest of the finance team. I always enjoy when I'm able to breathe a sigh of relief that the budget is responsible as I complete my term as treasurer. So worked with the team. They did all the work, of course, but I'm pleased that we have presented the budget that we have. I think it is sound and I think it is fiscally responsible.
Thank you for your service as treasurer, Commissioner Skinner, and thank you for that addition of that comment. Anything else, commissioners? All right, I believe we're going to take a lunch. How much time do we need? Anybody want to volunteer some time?
I'd like an hour.
Well, we got an hour on the board.
I would say 45.
Oh.
So we got like a lot of different 30, 45, an hour.
30 works for me.
Commissioner Hill, what are you
Mhm.
thinking?
I was only thinking 15 minutes, so.
Let's
I
do
said
30.
15. I don't know where 30 came from, but I said 15 too. But
Let's
We
do
have
30.
we have a lot to do with we have a lot to do still.
I'm going to take the hour and the 15. Let's do 30. Let's give 30 minutes and try to get back at 12:30.
Boom.
All right. Thank you, everyone. you. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. I'm Jordan Maynard. I serve as chair. I'm here, but we have to do a virtual roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon. I'm still here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Hello, I am here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Broder.
I have returned, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we're going to pick up where we left off, and that is item number 8. And for that, we are going to turn it over to Chief Carrie Teresi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. We have a couple of items for you today. For our first item, a set of House rules, I will turn it over to Compliance Officer Minuti.
Thank you, Carrie, and good afternoon, Commissioners. So as detailed in the memo and the exhibit beginning on page 171 of your packet, Caesars has submitted updates to their House rules. These changes include the addition of language to outline their rulings for a specific type of parlays, and also several new market offerings under their sport-specific sections. So the first set of changes within your exhibit shows the addition of this Flex Parlay Rules section. Caesars has added this section to their House rules for patrons to have an explanation about the Flex Parlay offerings, which is basically a type of parlay that allows bettors to choose the minimum number of correct picks needed to earn a payout. So with this type of parlay, a patron can still win a payout even if some legs lose in exchange for a reduced maximum payout. And I will say that we have confirmed with Caesars that these Flex Parlay House rules have been approved in 18 other jurisdictions so far, including Colorado, New York, Ohio, and Ontario. So next, there are the changes under the sport-specific sections, starting with Australian rules football, where Caesars has added language for 2 new market offerings on goals and points scored being odd or even. Following Australian rules football is the basketball section, where 9 new markets have been added, allowing for wagers on propositions like which team to win at the end of every quarter, or the largest difference of points to occur during the game. Next, we have the football section. Here, Caesars has added language under the player/game specials to clarify that overtime is not considered part of any quarter or half. In addition, Caesars has added language to outline the settlement policy for the longest/shortest made field goal in the game market. Moving on down to the rugby section, you will see that Caesars has implemented language for 3 new market offerings focused on whether the listed player will score within a certain amount of tries in a specified period. Now, you'll see that most revisions within this submission are found in the next section under soccer. Here, Caesars has added language for 27 new market offerings, the bulk of which are focused on tournament circumstances. So with these new markets, patrons can wager on a range of offerings such as which player will score the most goals, or how many assists a specified player will record within a given tournament or competition. And then the final section being modified within this submission is the winter sports section. Here, Caesars has added language for 5 new market offerings, and this includes moneyline, spread, and total points markets, as well as 2 markets specific to the sport of curling. These and all other changes have been reviewed and do not raise any concerns for our division. Caesars has Curtis, Tina, and Craig here just to help answer any of your questions. And after a review of these submitted changes and comparing them against other operators' house rules, our division does find that the update proposed serves to benefit the patrons by providing additional clarity, and therefore we do recommend approval of these changes today. Chair.
Thank you, Griffin. Commissioners, questions for Griffin or for Caesars?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Broder.
I want to make sure I get this right. On the Australian rules football, is that essentially, maybe this is a question for Caesars, is that essentially like a coin flip bet? Like that, odd or even, right? It's not really, is there anything other than that? Am I missing something?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I can answer that question for you. Pretty much so. The way Australian rules football is scored, it's not. The scoring is different to American football. It's 3, 6, 7, 2.
Yep.
obviously with some rule changes to became more relevant in NFL. But yeah, in Aussie rules, the scoring pattern's just 1 or 2.
And you anticipate a pretty big market on that? Like,
it's exceptionally popular, Mr. Commissioner, but
yeah, well, there it is. Thank you for the information.
Thank you, Commissioner Broder.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hill.
I'm in full agreement with the sports wagering division's confirmation that all the requirements have been met under 205 CMR 247.02. And I too would recommend approval of these changes. And unless someone has a comment to make, would be more than happy to make a motion.
Any Commissioner Skinner, I see your mute's off. Anything to add? Okay. Commissioner Hill, I think no further discussion.
I move that the commission approve updates to Caesar's House rules as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Caesars, for coming, and thank you, Griffin, for presenting. I'm now going to turn it over to Tom Lamb.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, we are bringing forward a more detailed review of manual KYC processes utilized by Bally's, BetMGM, Caesars, Fanatics, and PSI. The memo for this item can be found on page 181 of your packet. While the Commission has previously reviewed operators' KYC workflows, including references to manual review as a final step when automated verification methods are unsuccessful, there hasn't been a detailed discussion of what that manual review process entails. As a matter of record clarity, we are seeking Commission review and approval of each operator's manual review process as an alternate method of KYC pursuant to 205 CMR 248.04 Section 4. You may recall the Commission reviewed and approved DraftKings manual review process at the May 21st public meeting. This agenda item serves that same purpose for the 5 operators that utilize this alternate KYC method. Before we enter into executive session, the Sports Wagering Division has reviewed each operator's manual review KYC processes and has no concerns. This request is simply intended to ensure that the record clearly reflects that all operators' alternate method of KYC has been reviewed and approved by the Commission. Chair.
Thank you, Tom. So, Commissioners, we've been requested to go into executive session. Connor and the team here are going to make sure that we can do this in one executive session. We're going to basically, for the public record, move operators in and out where they don't overlap during the executive session and then come back into public session afterwards to have any further discussions we need to have. With that said, I'm going to read this language into the record, and then if we so choose to move into executive session, we will take a vote for that. The Commission anticipates that it will convene an executive session in conjunction with its review of Bally's Interactive, BetMGM, Caesars, Fanatics, and Penn Sports Interactive's methods of KYC in accordance with General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, General Law, Chapter 4, Section 726N, and General Law, Chapter 23N, Section 6I, to review certain materials in connection with the sports wagering operators' processes and parameters during account creation related to customer verification and authentication, as these matters relate to cybersecurity within the Commonwealth and the public discussion or disclosure of which is likely to jeopardize public safety or cybersecurity, and further, which constitute trade secrets, competitively sensitive information, or proprietary information, the disclosure of which would be detrimental to the operators. Do we choose to enter in for that reason, those reasons?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0. So we will be moved over. session. I'm assuming we're live, correct, Connor? All right. We just had a robust discussion with Bally's, BetMGM, Caesars, Fanatics, and Sports Interactive regarding their manual processes around KYC requirements. With that said, they are marked up for a vote. And so, commissioners, if we have any discussion or would like to make a motion, now's the time.
I'm happy to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, if we're ready.
Commissioner Broder.
I move that pursuant to 205 CMR 248.04 paragraph 4, the commission approve the alternate manual review method of know your customer identity authentication at the time of account creation for each of the following sports wagering operators as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And those operators are Bally's Interactive, doing business as Bally Bet, BetMGM LLC, Caesars, Fanatics, and Penn Sports Interactive, doing business as The Score Bet.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. All right, that completes item number 8. And for item 9, we are going to be going to the IEB. That said, if we could just have 5 minutes and we will return around 2 o'clock. Thank you, Connor. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We're hosting this meeting virtually, so we will do a roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Brogan.
Good afternoon.
All right, we left with item number 9, which is the Investigations and Enforcement Bureau. And for that, we are going to kick it over to the director, Caitlin Monahan. Good afternoon, Director Monahan.
Good afternoon. Today we have a number of different items for you. We're going to start with 3 recommendations for assessment of civil administrative penalties. Before we launch into that, I just wanted to make one request. We have 2 requests for waivers in connection with alcoholic beverage licenses, and I think it might make sense to put those back to back and then take the RSM waiver request after that. All right, excellent. If that works, then I would like to hand it over to Enforcement Counsel Franks for the first recommendation.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. The IAB is presenting its recommendation that the Commission assess a civil administrative penalty in the amount of $25,000 upon MGM Springfield for a noncompliance event occurring on April 5th, 2025. The statute and regulation implicated in the violation are Mass General Law, Chapter 23N, Section 3, and 205 CMR 247.012A2. The IAB originally briefed the Commission of this noncompliance event on June 17th, 2025, at which point the Commission assigned this matter to the IAB pursuant to 205 CMR 232.011A. Just to refresh the Commission's memory, the facts of this incident involved wagering on a Northeastern men's baseball NCAA game scheduled for April 5th, 2025. Wagering was open for approximately 2 hours before it was discovered by an MGC gaming agent. No wagers were accepted on the market. On June 3rd, 2026, the IAB submitted its recommendation to the Commission via email. As outlined in the recommendation, the IAB investigated this matter, had further discussions with MGM concerning the causes of the incident, and reviewed the remedial measures taken. During the IAB's review, no additional information was uncovered that would materially change the nature of the noncompliance as originally presented to the Commission. MGM was responsive and communicative throughout this process and is in agreement with the IAB's recommendation. Based upon IAB review, communications with the operator, and guidance from the Commission, the IAB is recommending that the Commission assess a $25,000 civil assessment upon MGM. At this stage, the IAB is asking that the Commission vote for one of the 2 available options pursuant to 205 CMR 232.02 3A and B, which are to 1, adopt the IAB's recommendation as the Commission's final decision, or 2, reject the IAB's recommendation and issue a notice of intent to adopt a separate recommendation following an adjudicatory hearing. The IAB is, of course, happy to answer any questions the Commission may have prior to making its decision.
Thank you, Attorney Franks. Commissioner Hill.
I have no issues with what was just presented, Mr. Chairman. So I would move that the Commission adopt the IAB's recommendation on the issuance of a civil administrative penalty to MGM Springfield, the amount of $25,000 as discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Counsel Franks. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll turn it over to Counsel Kennedy.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Nathaniel Kennedy on behalf of the IAB. The IAB is presenting its recommendation that the Commission assess a civil administrative penalty in the amount of $7,500 upon BetMGM LLC for a non-compliance event occurring between June 22nd, 2025 through August 15th, 2025. The regulations impacted in this matter are 205 CMR 247.011, 205 CMR 247.012I, and the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog. The IAB originally briefed the Commission on this non-compliance event on October 9th, 2025, at which point the Commission decided to assign this matter to the IAB pursuant to 205 CMR 232.011A. The facts of this incident involve BetMGM offering wagers on certain boxing matches scheduled to occur in Saudi Arabia on August 16th, 2025. These matches were part of an undercard, for a main event, which were sanctioned by Middle East Professional Boxing, which is not an approved governing body by the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog. A total of 79 wagers were placed between June 22nd, 2025 and August 15th, 2025, with a total handle of $1,659.56. 3 wagers were straight bets, while the remaining 76 legs were part of a parlay. Wagers were part of a parlay. BetMGM canceled the affected wagers prior to the event taking place and returned the stake to patrons and repriced the parlays without the impermissible legs. On June 1st, 2026, the IAB submitted its recommendation to the Commission via email and outlined its recommendation. The IAB investigated this matter, had further discussions with BetMGM, and reviewed the remedial measures taken. During the IAB's review, no additional information was uncovered that would materially change the nature of the noncompliance event as originally presented to the Commission. BetMGM is in agreement with the IAB's recommendation, and based upon the IAB's review, communications with the operator, and guidance from the Commission, the IAB is recommending the Commission assess a $7,500 civil assessment upon BetMGM. My apologies. At this stage, the IAB is asking the Commission to vote for one of 2 available options pursuant to 205 CMR 232.023A and B, which are to adopt the IAB's recommendation as the Commission's final decision, or reject the IAB's recommendation and issue a notice of an adjudicatory hearing. The IAB is happy to answer any questions the Commission may have prior to making its decision.
Commissioner thank you, Councilor Kennedy. Commissioner O'Brien, I'm assuming your mute is off. It's been rough today.
Yep, you're right. No, I have a question, and it keys into the recommendation for C, which is the same financial recommendation. And it just seems to me, BetMGM came and sort of was a little more proactive and asked us, and yet we're asking for the same fine. You guys made the determination, do the same fine on BetMGM and DraftKings. And so I'm wondering what the rationale is. And we normally give credit for sort of coming up, self-identifying a mistake. So you can just walk me through that.
The root cause, essentially, the reason why both operators believed that these matches were in fact governed by sanctioned bodies, were part of the mitigation that we believed warranted this recommendation by the IAB. Essentially, it was very difficult for the operators, as well as the Sports Wagering Division and myself, to determine who in fact was the governing body of these undercard matches. And it was not until finally March of 2026 that we were ultimately able to determine who the real governing body was. So in looking at the difficulty with which it was to actually confirm who the governing body was, essentially that mitigated the operators' actions here. It was understandable why there was so much confusion about who was actually the governing body.
I don't take issue with that part of it. My question is, you've got the same fine for both operators, even though one was a little more proactive at coming to us saying, yes, hey, am I doing the right thing? We normally give an offset and some credit in that circumstance, but it doesn't appear that was done. So I'm just curious why no tip of the cap to BetMGM for saying, hey, something doesn't seem right.
We also take into consideration, obviously, as you know, the historical perspective of the violations of each operator, how many violations they've had, the nature of the violations, and also how the commission's treated similar events of other operators. So taking all of those into consideration also came into play when we were evaluating the exact dollar amount for
so
both
you felt
operators.
Like that wiped out the proactive nature of them coming to us?
Essentially, there were enhancing factors by BetMGM that would have caused there to be maybe a higher penalty, but that was offset by certain actions that they took. And then similarly, DraftKings, there were some offsets. So the balancing act really did bring it all into equilibrium for us to make the same recommendation for the
okay.
Yes, that's both.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Any further questions for Councilor King? I support the recommendation. I don't know if there's a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hill.
Sorry, I just swallowed something wrong. I move that the commission adopt the IEB's recommendation on the issuance of a civil administrative penalty to MGM LLC doing business as BetMGM in the amount of $7,500 as discussed here today.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Moving on to my second recommendation of the day. Again, Nathaniel Kennedy on behalf of the IEB. We're presenting our recommendation that the commission assess a civil administrative penalty in the amount of $7,500 upon Crown Mass Gaming doing business as DraftKings for a non-compliance event occurring between August 8th, 2025 and August 15th, 2025. The regulations impacted in this matter are 205 CMR 247011, 205 CMR 247012I, and the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog. The IEB originally briefed the commission on this non-compliance event on October 9th, 2025, at which point the commission decided to assign it to the IEB pursuant to 205 CMR 232011A. The facts of this incident involved DraftKings offering wagers on certain boxing matches scheduled to occur in Saudi Arabia on August 16th, 2025. The specific matches involved 3 undercard events. These matches were sanctioned by Middle East Professional Boxing, which is not an approved governing body in Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog. A total of 406 wagers were placed between August 8th, 2025 and August 15th, 2025, with a total handle of $22,681.72. 13 straight wagers were placed and 391 wagers were placed as part of a parlay, with 2 bets being placed as part of a round robin. The impermissible wagers were voided and the stakes returned to patrons, while the impermissible legs of the parlay and round robin were voided, with the remaining selections settled. On June 1st, 2026, the IEB submitted its recommendation to the commission via email, and as outlined in its recommendation, the IEB investigated this matter, had further discussions with DraftKings concerning the cause of the incident, and reviewed remedial measures taken. During the IEB's review, no additional information was uncovered that would materially change the nature of the noncompliance as originally presented to the commission. DraftKings is in agreement with the IEB's recommendation, and based upon the IEB's review, communications with the operator, and guidance from the commission, the IEB is recommending the commission assess a $7,500 civil assessment upon DraftKings. At this stage, the IEB is asking the commission to vote for one of 2 available options pursuant to 205 CMR 23203A and B, which are to adopt the IEB's recommendation as the commission's final decision, or to reject the IEB's recommendation and issue a notice for an adjudicatory hearing. Happy to answer any questions on this matter.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy. Commissioners, questions regarding this particular matter? All right, it is marked up for a vote.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission adopt the IAB's recommendation on the issuance of a civil administrative penalty to Crown MA Gaming LLC, DBA DraftKings, in the amount of $7,500 as discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. What's the next item?
So next we have 2 different requests for variances from certain provisions of the gaming beverage license. Chief O'Brien will be handling those, and we also have First Lieutenant Dave Collette here to answer questions if there are any from the commission. I did just want to note we do have 2 executive sessions marked up for these in the event that the commission wanted to ask any questions about security plan related to the variance requests. So if those questions are happening, maybe we can stop, flag it, and then determine if we need to go into the executive session. But with that, I can turn it over to Kara.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. The first item I have for you today is a variance request from MGM Springfield regarding the prohibition in their beverage license regarding the sale and service of alcohol in the garage. For several years now, MGM has had a 4th of July viewing party on the 8th floor of their garage so that they can enjoy the fireworks display put on by the city. In the past, MGM has not served alcohol at this event. This year, due in part to the request of patrons who have attended the event in the past, and in light of this year being the 250th anniversary of the America's independence, MGM has requested a variance from the prohibition on the sale and consumption of alcohol in the garage so that patrons may purchase and consume beverages during the event. The security measures being taken are outlined in the request as well as in the memo. After discussions with the IEB, both the gaming agents and gaming enforcement unit, we are in agreement that the provisions outlined are sufficient to ensure the safety of the event. If the variance is approved, this would allow the licensing division to work with MGM Springfield to grant a special beverage permit in accordance with 205 CMR 136.043. As Director Monahan indicated, we did request an executive session in case the commission wanted to discuss any of the security measures associated with the event. But I will note that I'm joined by First Lieutenant Dave Collette, Gaming Agents Chief Burt Kane, as well as Compliance Director Daniel Miller, if the commission has any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Hill.
So could I just ask Lieutenant how he feels about the security? Is he comfortable with what's been proposed? I don't necessarily need to go into an executive session to see it. If you feel comfortable that if we were to approve this, that everything would be safe for the patrons of MGM.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I would say we've had meetings with MGM, and without going into detail, we're comfortable with the security measures that will be in place.
So, Mr. Chairman, with that said, as one commissioner, being that it's a very special occasion and these celebrations don't come around too often, I would be more than happy to support what's being asked for today. That's as one commissioner. And with the security that's been set up and everybody feels comfortable with it, I feel okay allowing this to happen.
Thank you. Commissioner Broder?
I 100% agree with my colleague's comments. This is akin to a one-day license that a lot of municipalities issue to folks that are having special events, and some level of comfort knowing that this is in large degree what MGM does, right? They put on events, and I'm sure they understand the risks of it going sideways, both to future events and possible impacts on other areas of their operation. It's been well vetted, and I think it'll be a great event for both MGM and the folks at Springfield.
I'm in agreement. I think it'd be a fun night. I would say everyone be responsible, and knowing the sensitivities we have around the garage, be extra responsible.
Mr. Chairman?
Any other comments? All right. Commissioner Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I move that pursuant to 205 CMR 102.034, the commission grant to MGM Springfield a one-day variance from the prohibition on the sale of consumption of alcohol in the parking garage, as is indicated in its gaming beverage license, to permit the sale of alcohol during its July 4th, 2026 event. As discussed here today, as granting the variance meets the regulatory requirements and is consistent with the purposes of GLL, Mass General Law, Chapter 23K.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. This isn't our only related issue. Kara?
Correct. So the next item I have for you is a request from Encore Boston Harbor to extend the hours of eligible alcohol service to all patrons until 3 a.m. As we talked about briefly during agenda setting, Governor Healy recently signed H5478 into law. This act allows municipalities to opt into a temporary pilot program during which licensed establishments may request to extend service for 1 additional hour, but not beyond 3 a.m. The city of Everett has opted into this pilot program as of Wednesday evening. As you know, Encore is currently authorized to sell alcohol until 4 a.m. on the gaming floor to actively gaming patrons only. And the licensed areas that are off the floor are authorized for the sale to all patrons until 2 a.m. Granting Encore's request would essentially bring them in line with H5478, as all other provisions of the beverage license in terms of methods of service, security, and storage will remain in effect. Therefore, the licensing division recommends the approval of this request, and happy to take any questions.
I will note for the record, we did have to add that under the emergency provision. I did as under the agenda. It barely missed it, but it meets the requirements given our conversation at the agenda setting meeting and the fact that the town just took it up. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming. Oh, sorry. I thought you were. I wanted to get you before you offered a motion. Go ahead, Commissioner Broder. Sorry.
Oh, your mic's doing the thing again, Commissioner Broder.
That better?
Yes.
Excellent. Same thought process as the Springfield. I mean, a little bit different in that the Springfield is a one-day event. But again, Encore has the controls and procedures in place. And importantly, this is something that Everett has indicated that they want to do. As a former mayor, I'm mindful of the opportunity for additional revenue into the city coffers that this may provide. It doesn't mean anything goes, but this is clearly not a situation where anything goes. This is, in my view, a little bit of expansion around the margins that was clearly contemplated and authorized by the legislature and the governor. I hope we approve it.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner.
So the only question I had, just in light of the recent statutory changes that gave the ABCC, I guess, concurrent jurisdiction with the MGC around alcohol beverage licensing, is there an action that needs to be taken by the operator, the gaming licensee, with that body?
No. So essentially the agreement between the two of us, also, we are still looking at the eligible hours of service, and that falls under our jurisdiction. We will also be communicating with ABCC afterwards to let them know these are how the hours are changing so that they're aware.
Great, thank you.
I'll just add before we have any further comment or take it up that I and my fellow commissioners, I believe, are all very excited about all the teams and all the fans that are taking over Boston. And I did learn no Scotland, no party by watching the governor's feed the other day. So that's my only comment. Do we have a motion?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I move that pursuant to 205 CMR 102.03 paragraph 4, the commission grant to Encore Boston Harbor a variance through July 31st, 2026 from the prohibition on the sale or service of alcohol for non-gaming patrons after 2 a.m. as is indicated in its gaming beverage license, to permit the sale and service of alcohol between the hours of 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. to non-gaming patrons, as discussed here today, as granting the variance meets the regulatory requirements and is consistent with the purposes of Mass General Law, Chapter 23K.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next and final item is a waiver request from RSM, who is our vendor that helps us with our financial investigations. We can give them a minute. Oh, I see Chris Fitzgerald here. Chris, are you the only one coming?
Yes.
All right, excellent. So the waiver request has been presented to the commission, and Chris, I'd ask you to sort of put it forward now.
Sure. Thank you, Director Monahan. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for hearing RSM on this item. This request is similar to a previous waiver request in that our firm has been asked to implement accounting software at an operator. As you know, RSM is a diversified accounting, tax, and consulting firm, which includes a large technology and business applications consulting practice with over 1,000 professionals. This prospective project involves that business applications team, which is a separate team from the teams that are assisting the MGC. The nature of the work would be to implement additional technology functionality for the company's corporate treasury function. This proposed project would not relate to gaming operations. The team at RSM that would perform these services is separate from the team serving the Mass Gaming Commission, and RSM would maintain an internal wall to prevent any information sharing between the teams, which is our standard practice and stipulated in our contract. Thank you for your consideration on this item.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Commissioners, questions for RSM? I have no questions as long as you're keeping everything separate.
Yes, we will.
It's marked up for a vote.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion if we are ready to proceed.
Any further discussion, commissioners? All right, Commissioner Broder.
All right, it's a little bit of a long one. I move that the commission approve RSM's request for a waiver of the conflict of interest provisions as outlined within the terms of the existing statement of work between RSM and the commission, as the work for which the waiver is requested will not create an actual or appearance of a conflict and will not call into question the integrity of services provided by RSM to the commission as detailed in the request included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to issue a written determination memorializing this approval, including any conditions as required by the statement of work or as discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Chris, and good luck to RSM and all that you do, and thank you for all that you do for us.
Thank you.
All right, Director Monahan.
That's it from us for today. Thank you very much for hearing all our matters.
Well, thank you. Thank the team for us. We are now going to go to item 10, which is the Community Affairs Division, and we'll hand it off to Chief Lennon first, I believe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Good to be back in front of you today. I'm joined by Mary Thurlow, Kayla Matzos, and Jaden O'Rourke Nelson, and we're here to present to you the CMF Review Committee's recommendations for funding for the FY27 Community Mitigation Grant. The materials begin on page 183 of the public meeting packet. You'll notice this year, we had 2x2s with you a couple weeks ago where we said we don't plan on going into each one of the applications individually just because the funding pool was so drastically cut. So you will see a different presentation than you're used to seeing from the community affairs team. To summarize our process, annually, the Community Affairs Division, in consultation with the LICMACs, develops proposed guidelines for the CMF grant program. The Commission reviews those recommendations, and then once discussed and voted on in public meetings, the Community Affairs team posts a public solicitation for grant applications and opens applications from respondents on February 1st. This year, as I mentioned before, is a little different in that the funding pool was drastically less than it had ever been. Therefore, in public meetings during the policy discussions on August 14th and September 11th of 2025, the team brought 4 policy questions to the Commission. Those questions are found at the top of page 184 of the meeting package. And as a result of the discussions around those policy questions, the Commission decided to prorate the FY26 block grants to municipalities at 25.64% of the FY26 allocations, and prioritize workforce development and DA, District Attorney / Attorney General public safety grants for the regional entities. Of the $5 million available, the Commission allocated $4.18 million to 28 eligible municipal entities and $820,000 to 11 eligible regional entities. Grant requests received were $5.89 million. Of the $5.89 million, 4.644 is from 25 municipalities, and 1.247 is from 9 regional agencies. Municipal applications exceeded their allotted funds by $463,000, while regional applications exceeded their allotments by $428,000. The review team, consisting of 7 staff members and 2 commissioners, covering 4 different MGC divisions, spent the months of February, March, April, and May reviewing each application that was submitted, many times working with municipal and regional entities to clarify the nexus to the established guidelines, as well as the impact from expanded gaming. At this point, I'd like Mary to call out and recognize the 7 members that were on our review team, just because the amount of work they do for no additional pay is huge. So I just want to recognize them.
Yeah, and I apologize. For some reason, my camera decided that I just got a message. Your camera isn't working. So
mine too, Mary.
Whatever.
Mine too.
Oh,
So
okay.
sorry.
So yes, so we had a great team as always this year. And it was made up of Commissioners Brad Hill and Paul Broder, Jenna Hentoff, Deputy General Counsel, Judy Young, Senior Associate General Counsel, Zach Mercer, Senior Enforcement Counsel, Bonnie Andrews, Deputy Director of Responsible Gaming, Marianne Dooley, the Lead Executive Assistant Office Operations Manager. And we also requested some information. We asked Dave Collette, the First Lieutenant, to help us out with some other matters regarding the police and drones. I have 2 awesome associates, Jaden O'Rourke and Kaylin Matos.
Yes.
Sorry, Caitlin.
That's okay. It's okay. Kayla Matos.
Yeah. And I just want to express my thanks and appreciation for all their work. It's truly a team endeavor, and each member played an important role in the evaluation of these applications. Each member received applications to review based on their experience, and it was great work done by all, and I just want to thank you all.
Thank you, Mary. You did a great job recognizing, and I would not have been able to do as honorable a job, so thank you.
You're welcome.
And to note, thank you to Mary. Thank the thanker.
Yes. All right, so now into the meat of the memo. Regional applications as an municipal application. Sorry about that. As depicted in the chart on page 185 of the meeting packet, 25 of the 28 eligible municipalities applied for funding. The 3 municipalities that did not apply for funding actually helped out by providing about $87,900 in funding for other applications. Of the 25 municipalities that did respond, 20 remained within or under their allocated funds. And within that group of 20, there was an additional $51,200 that was freed up for other applications. 5 municipalities requested their allotted funds and a waiver to exceed their block grant distribution. The 5 waiver applications exceeded their allocation by $602.6 thousand. Attachment A to this memorandum is a summary of each grant and the review team's analysis. The review committee determined that the 20 municipalities that remained within their FY27 CFM allocation met the FY27 CMF guidelines and provided projects that had a nexus to the casino. And we recommend approval for $2.719 million in grants for those 20 applicants. The tables on page 186 of the packet show recommended award amounts by community. 5 municipalities, as stated before, submitted waiver requests. Those 5 communities were allocations totaled $1.322 million, and they applied for $1.92 million. Page 187 of the packet shows each municipality's request, as well as the review committee's recommendations of how to handle each request. The commission did include language that allowed them to prioritize municipal grants, as well as allow for these waiver requests, even though there was a limited pool of funding. So I'll go into a few details on each one of these. Everett requested a waiver of $85,500 in public safety overtime for marine and land-based public safety patrols during the casino's busiest season. That's EBH's busiest season. However, as part of the review process, the city chose to withdraw a request it had in for almost $64,000 for UTVs, and they submitted a reallocation request from a previous grant, which we'll deal with later on in this meeting. So once their overall request was reduced down by that $64,000, the waiver request dropped down to $21,600. All of the projects that they submitted met the guidelines. Some were continuations of previous projects that this commission had already approved, and thus the review team recommends FY27 funding in the amount of $755,500, which is $21,600 above their allotted funds. The additional funding is available from the communities that either did not submit an application or did not utilize their full application in the municipal grant round. Northampton, the city requested $75,000 in grant funding to continue the program funded in FY26 for a digital marketing campaign. The city's block grant allotment was $19,200. The review committee determined that the application met the grant guidelines. It was a continuation of a previous grant. However, the review committee is not recommending funding the waiver. We do recommend approving the $19,200 to continue the digital marketing campaign. Under Plainville, the town has requested $62,800 in projects that meet the 2027 CMF guidelines. However, the town's block grant allotment for FY27 is only $39,300. When we were reviewing their application this year, as well as some of their older projects, the town had submitted a request for $23,500. However, we noticed that under their calendar year 2022 grant, there was funding that was underutilized. The town has asked to reallocate that funding, $23,500 of it, towards this project. And if we put those two together, the town would be allowed to purchase their full project of funds that they requested in the 2027 competitive block grant program. We are actually in support of that, and we will deal with that a little later in the waiver request. City of Revere requested $221,000 in projects that meet the FY27 CMF guidelines. The city's block grant allotment was $169,800. Much of the projects they requested are continuations from previous years. The city requested a $51,200 waiver to supplement the police and fire overtime, in particular for the week of the months of FIFA activities, as well as the sandcastle contest. The review team recommends approving the waiver and funding it from the allotment for towns that did not apply. Springfield, this is a big one, and I'm really proud of the work that the CMF team did on this one. The city was allocated $360,000 in FY27 CMF block grant funding. The city applied for $746,600 in funding, including a $386,600 waiver request. When reviewing the city's requests, the Research and Responsible Gaming Division liked the $60,000 gambling harm reduction project that was put forward so much that they said we will fund it under our research agenda and funded it $75,000. So that freed up $60,000 in the community mitigation in their initial allotment request. We found that also under a calendar year 2023 Dwight Street reconstruction project, it's expected to underutilize $382,000 of that award. The Community Affairs Division recommends that the city worked with the city to recommend it amend its application and use the reversions to fund its $250,000 waiver request for Main Street Convention District retail recruitment, as well as $76,000 of the $130,000 requests they had in for public safety overtime and equipment. A portion of that $136,000, the $60,000 that was initially earmarked for the gambling harm reduction, we would recommend funding on the CMF program for FY27. So that's one that was following the bouncing ball quite a bit, but I'm really proud of the review team's work and the back and forth engagements to figure out how to fund these waiver requests in a year where we really only have $5 million, which is drastically less than in the past. To summarize the waiver portion of the memo, 5 municipalities applied for waivers. The allotment for those communities was $1.3 million. The applications were $1.92 million. The review team is recommending funding of $1.395 million in grants from the FY27 $5 million allotment and $425,000 from other funding sources as detailed in the table on page 188 of the packet. In total, the review committee is recommending funding of $4.114 million in municipal grants from the FY27 CMF $5 million allocation. This is $66,200 under what the commission had allocated, as shown by the table at the top of page 189 of the commission packet. Now, we can move on to regional applications. I don't know if we want to take votes now on those areas. I know in the past, the commission has voted on municipal versus regional entities separate, or I can keep going on, do the regionals, and we can do all the votes at once.
My preference, Mr. Chairman, would be that you continue moving on, and then at the end we can fire through the motions, but that's just one opinion.
All right. So moving on to regional applications. In a public meeting on September 11th, 2025, the commission provided guidance that $819,800 of the FY27 $5 million allocation should be dedicated to regional entity grants. At that same meeting, the commission prioritized $750,000 of that to funding for Region A and B workforce development grants and district attorneys. 9 of the 11 eligible regional entities applied for funding, which resulted in applications exceeding the allotment by $428,000. Page 190 of the public meeting packet identifies each regional entity's funding applications, as well as the allotted funds the staff had dedicated. The review team evaluated each entity's applications and found that they all met the 27 guidelines. However, only recommended funding aligned with the commission's initial guidance, $300,000 each for Region A and B regional workforce grants, $75,000 each for Region A and B district attorney's offices, and then we put the balance of $136,000, which was the $69,800 allocation plus the $66,200 that was left over from the municipal allocations to the Attorney General's office. This brings us to the end of the FY27 CMF 5 million allocation recommendations. To summarize, Commission allocated 4.18 to 28 municipal entities. We received 4.64 municipal grant applications. We're recommending funding 4.11 million from FY27's municipal grant allotment. We're also recommending the use of 350,000 in prior CMF grant funds and 75,000 of public health trust funds to pay for municipal entity waiver requests. The Commission allocated 819,800 to 11 regional entities. We received 1.24 million in regional grant applications from nine applicants. We prioritize the workforce development and public safety regional grants, and we're recommending 884,100 in grants to regional entities for workforce development and public safety. That's what we have. I can walk through attachment A to this document is the review team summary and recommendations for each of the municipal and regional applications. That goes on for about 60 or 70 pages. And then attachment B starts on page 244 of the meeting packet. And these are where all the reallocation requests come in. And I think we're going to want to take each one of those up one at a time. Is how they're marked up. So I'd recommend we wait on the reallocation requests until then. That makes sense. Or I can run through those now too. My notes are ready to go.
Let it fly as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
Please.
So let's
please.
start with attachment B. And any specific questions you have on these waiver requests, the community affairs team is at the ready. Attachment B starts on page 244. The first reallocation request comes from the town of Agawam. In the FY27 grant application, Agawam sought to repurpose 4,750 from its FY26 block grant program to combine with its 91,700 FY27 allocation to purchase 10 Motorola radios for its fire department. We think that this is well aligned with the community mitigation guidelines. It is well within the percentage change that's allowed. And the review committee recommends approving this waiver. The city of Cambridge is looking to reallocate 48,000 in funding from its FY26 block grant to a new purpose, stay within the same year. In the city's FY26 block grant, the commission approved 48,000 for fire suppression blankets for electric vehicle fires. The city has since received notice that the use of the blankets could result in explosions from trapped gases. So they would like to repurpose those fire blankets. And what they would like to use it for is funding for training in high-rise fire operations, hazmat responses, water rescues, boat fire responses, and technical rescue support. The community affairs team supports this request, and that begins on page 246 of the public meeting packet. The city of Everett is also requesting to reallocate 64,000 of funding from its calendar year 2022 grant to develop design guidelines for potential new development in the Everett DPA Industrial District. This request begins on page 249 of the public packet. The city would like to use these funds to fund two UTVs, which they initially submitted under the FY27 grant, for public safety responses to casino-related events. The location of EBH, as well as many of the public safety responses, do not easily lend itself to traditional public safety apparatus. The city has requested that the calendar year 2022 funding be reprioritized towards these two new UTVs. The Community Affairs Division has reviewed the nexus of this equipment to casino-related incidents, as well as the 27 guidelines, and we recommend approving the reallocation. Let's see. The city of Everett has a second request beginning on page 254 of the packet. The city is looking to reallocate 1.385 million from its calendar year 2022 Mystic Riverwalk Transportation Construction Grant to its 2023 Wellington Connector Path project. After completing 25% design for the Mystic Riverwalk, the city has determined the project cost and scope far exceed available funding and resources the city has. The Wellington Connector project is fully designed, permitted, and bid for construction. By combining the two grants, the total available funding would be $1.77 million. The city has pointed out that under the CMF guidelines, a transportation construction grant is eligible to receive $250,000 plus 33% of the remaining project costs. The low bid for the Wellington Connector project was $2.7 million. When applying the CMF guidelines, the transportation construction project would only be eligible for $1.07 million in funding. So the city has requested that the cap be waived for this project, as the city will not be able to move forward with the Riverwalk grant. The Wellington Connector project achieves the overall goals of the access and connectivity around EBH, as well as this path will ensure the expenditure of both the 2022 and 2023 full grant amounts, which have been languishing for between 4 and 5 years, by the end of calendar year 2027. We do support this request. Ludlow is requesting funding for flock camera maintenance. Ludlow is the initial grant that they received included 2 years of maintenance in the agreement. Now that those 2 years are up, they're asking to repurpose the remaining money within that grant for 2 additional years of service. We are okay with this request, seeing what municipalities are dealing with, but it can be a slippery slope, right? So this is one where we're using up old money. If it were a new grant, we may not support it. The town of Plainville requested $62,800 for UTV from the FY27's Community Mitigation Fund block grant. The town was allocated $39,300 in funding. The town has requested a reallocation of $23,500 from its 2022 Police Training Community Mitigation Grant Fund. The request is on page 257 of the public meeting packet. The review team and community affairs team support this request as well. Now we're going to get into the Springfield ones that we talked about a little bit earlier, so I'll summarize these quicker. The city of Springfield is requesting a reallocation of $326,600 from its 2023 Dwight Street reconstruction project to fund projects included in its FY27 CMF application. The request is on page 258 of the public meeting package. The 23 Dwight Street project is expected to underutilize $382,000 of its additional grant. The balance of it would be put towards a request for $250,000 in Main Street Convention District retail recruitment, and then another $76,600 for public safety equipment and issues. Now, with the public safety equipment, we do have a few caveats we'd like to put on that. So we want to work with the town on that waiver request. One of them, they were looking for an inside drone, a drone that goes inside garages, and they had referenced the MGM garage. When we ran that by the gaming enforcement unit, there's probably not a need at the MGM garage for that because there are surveillance cameras all over the place. However, there are other parking structures in the city that attract casino guests, and we do see how a drone that could fly indoors would help public safety know what they're walking into in the event of a situation they have to go back to. So we do support the request. We just have to get it written up better so that it doesn't reference the MGM garage, because we do have 24-hour police presence there, as well as we have camera access to all areas of that garage. And then finally, we're working on the town of Rentham, and they're requesting a reallocation of its 2023 Community Mitigation Fund Traffic Manager grant to be used towards its 2027 CMF application. This starts on page 260 of the public meeting packet. The town received an allotment of $19,900 in CMF funds for FY27. They're looking to purchase and equip a new police speed trailer along with flock and Motorola accessories, and we support this request. This concludes all of our reallocation requests, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. You deserve a drink of water.
Or an oxygen tent. Good Lord.
Right? I know. the $67 million budget went through in like 4 minutes, and this one's. But there is a lot of information in this, right? Which is why Mary and the team really wanted to call out. I mean, there's 60 pages of review documents summarizing the applications that we got in. So, there is a lot of work here, and there were a lot of gymnastics to get these grants funded this year.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Hill.
First and foremost, and I think I speak on behalf of Commissioner Broder, I hope I am anyways, this staff did yeoman's work getting through these applications this year. Mary stepped in to a leadership position for the agency and did a wonderful, wonderful job of keeping us all right in line with what the mission of this grant, block grant, is, and ensured that we did the job that we were supposed to do. So Mary, thank you very, very much to you and the team that helped us come to today. I want to give a quick shout out to Jaden. I could not make every meeting of this group, but Jaden was able to have his little Excel format file ready for me after the fact, and was able to update me, and I'm sure Paul, as we went through this process today. So kudos to the staff for a job well done. And to my fellow commissioners, we really worked hard to bring this to you today as clean as we possibly could. A lot of hours went into this program this year. So I hope that you can support what we brought forward to you today. And if you have any questions, we certainly will answer them for you. And if you're comfortable with what we proposed, Mr. Chairman, I have a unique way of proposing some motions today to make this go a little quicker. I too would need a drink of water at the end, but I just wanted to say how great the staff was for this project. You're on mute.
I said, thank you, Commissioner Hill. You've been a long time member of this committee, and I served on it with you for a while. Commissioner Broder serves on it with you now, and so your insights appreciated. I'll give the commissioners a second to see if they have any questions or comments on any particular projects. Were there any projects that are outstanding, Commissioner Hill or Derek, or anything that came in that we weren't able to?
Yes. So there was the Northampton one, was where we did not fund the full 75,000. We're recommending funding it at 19,200. And I know that there was some interest in that. So if we were looking to fund that, what we would do is we would just drop down the Attorney General's allocation from the regional side, and then we could always build that back into the operating budget, as they do not have a cap any longer on the operating budget for the gaming control fund.
Were there any more that were outstanding?
That's it. I mean, there were a bunch of regional applicants, right? So all of the planning councils, the Hamden Sheriff's Department, there were 5 that I had to make calls to, that we had to let them know about the prioritization towards municipalities first, and then what we had prioritized for workforce grants and public safety. It didn't mean that they weren't going to get it, right? It's just all the applications we reviewed this year met the guidelines and had a nexus to the casino, and many of them were continuations from previous grants, like the workforce grants, the DAs. Those were already continuations and at drastically less funding than in the past.
Yeah, it's tough decisions when the money becomes more scarce.
Yes.
But we are funding that partially.
Correct. Yes.
That's my only question. Commissioners, any further questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, at the risk of screwing up a finely tuned process, I will try the first motion if folks are ready. Okay, so I move that the commission approve the following FY27 Region A municipal block grant applications for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund for the purposes described in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet and for the reasons described therein and as discussed here today. And further, the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating these awards in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04. And those grants are as follows. City of Boston in the amount of $668,500. City of Cambridge in the amount of $179,500. City of Chelsea in the amount of $263,500. City of Lynn in the amount of $51,300. City of Malden in the amount of $226,400. City of Medford in the amount of $268,900. City of Melrose in the amount of $51,300. And City of Somerville in the amount of $284,700.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill,
I move that the commission approve the following FY27 Region B municipal block grant applications for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund for the purposes described in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet and for the reasons described therein and as discussed here today. And further, that the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating these awards in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04. The grants are as follow. Town of Agawam in the amount of $91,700. City of Chicopee in the amount of $87,500. Town of East Long Meadow in the amount of $90,300. The Town of Hamden in the amount of $19,200. City of Holyoke in the amount of $75,000. Town of Long Meadow in the amount of $32,600. The Town of Ludlow in the amount of $62,800. Town of West Springfield in the amount of $132,900. And the Town of Wilbraham in the amount of $80,500.
Second.
thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder,
Yes.
and I vote yes, 5-0.
All right, next up, Mr. Chairman, Category 2. I move that the commission approve the following FY27 Category 2 municipal block grant applications for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund for the purposes described in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet and for the reasons described therein and as discussed here today. And further, that the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating these awards in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04. Town of Foxborough in the amount of $16,500. Town of Mansfield in the amount of $16,200. And Town of Rentham in the amount of $19,700.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0. Right. So I want to make sure, since we had some consolidation there, that we've hit everything.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you could. Next items are, well, next items are the waivers.
Perfect. So now we have, we did discuss the waivers. Ready?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Hill.
Before I make the motion, my thought was that I would do them all, or do you want us to do them separately?
I think we can
try to do them all.
Well, I would do them separately only because they're individual amounts. I think it's to be clear on the record.
Well, he can do one and then list each one out individually by
Yes.
town, and because it doesn't seem like anyone's in dispute about the waiver, that might speed things up a little bit, but still specify.
Yep. Yep. Mr. Chairman, you okay with that?
Well, so Kevin, we're good with that. Let me just ask this, just to button it up. Commissioners, any particular questions or alterations to any specific waiver requests? Okay, Commissioner Hill.
I move that the Commission approve the City of Everett's FY27 application for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund in the amount of $819,398.80, including the amount of their waiver request, for the reasons set forth in the submitted applications and materials included in the Commissioner's packet and as discussed here today, and further that the Commission staff be authorized to execute all the necessary grant instruments commemorating this award in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04, and further move that the Commission approve the City of Northampton's application for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund in the amount of $75,000, including the amount of their waiver request, for the reasons set forth in the submitted applications and materials included in the Commissioner's packet and discussed here today, and further that Commission staff.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second.
Thank you.
The highlighted area, was that the presumptive recommendation of staff in the draft language?
Yes, the highlighted portion is the
highlighted portion. So should we go back
Correct.
then? I think sequentially you were doing the first request as opposed to I think the highlight one is the one we want to do seriatim.
Yeah.
My mistake, and thank you for catching that.
Like
so the
playing Jeopardy at home. It's a lot easier to do when you're not actually doing the reading.
So the highlighted language is what I should be
the staff recommendation,
motioning.
I believe.
So let's remove everything I just said. And we will start from scratch.
And Commissioner Hill, the reason for that is because then we're going to take up each reallocation request separately at the bottom. So what we're dealing with now is just the FY27 CMF funding.
Understood. And thank you.
Absolutely.
Clearly the long meeting has frazzled me a little bit. So my apologies to everybody. So with that said,
if I get it brought up before we go too much further, I'm sorry, Commissioner. So on the Northampton piece, if we were to approve the waiver, we would then do the reallocation piece that around the AG that you discussed, right there?
Yeah.
Correct. So if you wanted to do the Northampton at 75,000, then we would take an additional 55.8 off of the Attorney General's recommended award, and we would put that on, and then we would fund that from the operating budget.
Understood.
You know, I would do it. This is a bad part about opening this back up under discussion and still being under discussion is that the more I sit and think about it, the fact that we're 50 grand or so off of making sure that we funded everything that came in and it's meeting requirements. It's not that it's not meeting requirements. It's that there's a budget issue. I would do it, but I'll throw that out for consideration since we've not made the motion yet.
I
And
just
you say by do it, you mean give them the full amount?
I would give them the waiver.
Give the waiver.
My only question is, the recommendation that came out of the review committee, the review team, was to fund the grant application at the allocated amount. So what is what information is allowing for anything other than that?
Chief Liddon just said, Commissioner Skinner, that he would reduce the amount in the AG's award, and Commissioner Broder just repeated it too. And
No, I
then
get it. That's a means to issue the funding, but what is the rationale for granting?
because we're able to do it.
Then why didn't the review team do it in the first place? I guess is another way to ask that question.
So part of the things we were battling with is we had two kind of directives, right? One, prioritize municipal allocations, and then two, fund as much as we could for public safety and workforce development grants under the regional entities. So it was just balancing those two. If there's a preference to prioritize municipalities higher than the regionals, which there could be a point made for that, given that we gave out 4.18 to municipalities, and then we carried forward 66,000 of that municipal allocation over to the regional entities. You could make that case, right? But that, I mean, at some point you make a decision, and that's where the review team ended up. It's not like it's a continuation of a previous grant. So it's not like it's a bad grant. It's just a continuation of one.
No, I understand. I understand. I'm just between the review team's recommendation and today's meeting. I'm just trying to get at least, an understanding of where the conversation is steering anew.
I think it's a matter of policy, Commissioner Skinner. As chair, I think it's just a policy decision, right? And it's whether or not we're going to support the recommendation from the review team. We do this a lot, or we're not. I'm thinking to myself that municipalities are being crunched right now. We are able to make it work. The finance team just told us, and it's rare that we have joint legislative letters expressing support for important projects. So. I mean, we don't have to vote for it. We do. I support it. I would vote for it. I would do it. But I think it's just a matter of policy.
Sure. And I appreciate, sorry, Commissioner Broder, just closing my end of this out. I appreciate you stating that on the record, because I just didn't want us to go into this vote without having all of the rationale laid out, right? We were presented with a motion that was withdrawn so that we could sort of revise the order of that. But getting into the discussion about the waivers, Northampton in particular, I think is important to get on the public record anyway. Thanks.
So, Mr. Chairman, procedurally, how about if we, assuming there's consensus on the other ones, why don't we carve out Northampton and take a separate vote on that?
We can do that.
Why don't you go ahead and make the motion, Commissioner Broder?
Oh, that's cold.
I was going to say smooth.
All right. Let me see. Let me get my paperwork together here. We're starting with, where's my page 8? We're starting with Everett through Springfield, except for Northampton. Okay, I move that the commission approve the City of Everett's FY27 application for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund in the amount of $755,400, including $21,500 of their waiver request for the reasons set forth in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that the commission's staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments in commemorating this award in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04. And further, that the commission approved the town of Plainville's application for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund in the amount of, we're running into the same problem here. Do we have the desire to grant or not grant that one? So I take back what I just said.
So why don't we just do each individual one?
Yes.
It's like the easy way to do it. So the first one's Everett. So why don't we vote on Everett right now and move on to the next?
All right.
So there's a motion for Everett, City of Everett, approving a partial waiver.
And then from the amendment, strike so much as references Plainville.
Yep.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
I'm sorry. What was that dollar amount? 755, 400?
Including 21,500 of their waiver request.
Okay, so I hate to do this, but it seems that there's appetite, I guess, to approve some waivers or deny some waivers, at least partially, and approve others. And I'm just having a hard time following what the decision making is. Like, why are we not approving the full waiver for the City of Everett? So it would just be helpful for me to understand exactly what it is we're doing and why, for purposes of waiver.
Yeah, so Commissioner Skinner, right now what we're doing is what's available under the 5 million for the 2027 Community Mitigation Fund. We also have another waiver request in under Everett. They actually have 2 or 3 waiver requests. One, and those are using previous year's funds. So what we're just looking at right now are the allocations from the Community Mitigation Fund.
Okay.
So for Springfield, when that one comes up, we'll be asking for approval here for 360, but then we'll be dealing, if you look further down on the vote for the other waiver requests, using calendar year, the Dwight Street project to fund their request from this application. So that's why we're doing it that way.
Okay, and so ultimately, at least in the case of Everett, that community will be receiving the full requested amount of $819,398.80. Okay.
They absolutely will, yes, because the balance is coming from a calendar year grant. So they withdrew the request from the 27 and they said, let's reallocate money from a previous year.
Okay. That being said, can I say aye at this point? After
There's
that
a motion on the floor.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
This is why you never let a new person do this after, Joe's been doing it for years.
All right, so we dealt with that one. What's the next one?
Northampton.
So the next one is Northampton, correct?
Correct.
And there's a question if we should be approving the waiver, right? Mr. Chairman, you brought it up?
Yep.
For the 75,000? Am I correct?
There you go. They're at like 19 something. This would be doing the 75,000.
So I, for one, again, don't want to speak for the staff or for Commissioner Broder. I have no problem when someone disagrees with something we put forth, because other people have different ideas than we have. And the chairman has put forth an idea that maybe we didn't consider. I have no issues moving forward with the $75,000 request after listening to our chair. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I am moving that the commission approve the City of Northampton's application for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund in the amount of $75,000, including the amount of the waiver request, for the reasons set forth in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet and is discussed here today, and further that the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating this award in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner Hill, also for that explanation. I do want to make sure that everybody on the review team knows that we respect and appreciate their recommendations, but we also do have to fulfill our obligations under the statute at times, and that includes making decisions that aren't popular per se. But I bet it's popular in Northampton. I'll add that. All right. Anything else?
Next up is Plainville.
All right. We have Plainville next, commissioners.
Just once again, understanding what the proposal is here with respect to the waiver. Guess I'm directing that to Derek.
Similar to what Derek said for the other one, this is coming, I believe, from FY 22 CMF grant, right, Derek?
Correct. So what we would do is approve 39,300 from the FY 27 grant. And then what we would do is come back later on for the other waivers on the calendar year reallocation grants. Okay. So we're not denying the waiver request. We're just saying we're funding it from another source.
Okay. Chair, can I just clarify? So I did have the benefit of a 2x2. I just want to make sure that's clear to my fellow commissioners. So other than Northampton, though, right? I mean, there wasn't a question in terms of, or there wasn't a difference in the review team's recommendation versus what we decided today. Are there any others in that category? Any other community applications in that category? No, right? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Can I try to maybe a paraphrasing will help, because this is pretty darn confusing. That is for sure. Is that from a technical perspective, right? There are cases where the waiver is not being granted, and Derek, please tell me if I'm wrong, but the amount requested will be sent to the requesting community because of our ability to reallocate past allocations to square it up to what their request was without, despite the fact that the $5 million plus that we have in this year's bucket isn't enough to cover all those requests. Yes.
That is perfect. That is perfectly said and technically correct. Very technical language. Yes.
How about that? All right. I hope that was helpful and didn't lead to more questions.
It's helpful to me. And so is it fair to say that But for the Northampton application, which I understand we could have pulled funding from the AG's office to accommodate their request, but had we not done that, Northampton, or had we not proposed to do that and voted to do that, Northampton would have been the only community not receiving the full funding that they had requested. Yes, Chair
Yes.
Maynard was nodding. Okay, perfect. I understand. Thank you.
Okay, we see a motion for Plainville.
I'm ready to rock here. I move that the commission approve the town of Plainville's application for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund in the amount of $39,300 for the reasons set forth in the submitted application and materials included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating this award in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0. All
Mr.
right.
Chairman,
Yes.
I move that the commission approve the City of Revere's application for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund in the amount of $221,000, including in the amount of their waiver request for the reasons set forth in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet and as discussed here today. And further, that the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating this award in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
All right, and I vote yes, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Springfield, yes.
I move that the commission approve the city of Springfield's application for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund in the amount of $360,000 for the reasons set forth in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating this award in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill,
I move that the commission approve the following regional entity applications for funding from the Community Mitigation Fund for the purposes described in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet and for the reasons described therein as is discussed here today. And further, that the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating these awards in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04. They are the following: Hampden County District Attorney's Office in the amount of $75,000, Holyoke Community College in the amount of $300,000, Mass Hire Metro North Workforce Board in the amount of $300,000, and the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office in the amount of $75,000.
Second.
thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I'm a yes too, 5-0.
We have one additional one under the regionals, and that's the AG's office, and that would drop from the 136 recommended down to 80,200.
Chair and Commissioners, I did just forward you language for that as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
I move that the commission approve the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office application for funding in the amount of $80,200 from the Community Mitigation Fund for the purposes described in the submitted applications and materials included in the commissioner's packet, and for the reasons described therein as discussed here today, and further that the commission staff be authorized to execute all necessary grant instruments commemorating these awards in accordance with 205 CMR 153.04.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes also.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hill.
Just for everybody to be clear, we're now doing the Community Mitigation Fund reallocations request. Everybody's on board with that. So we'll do Agawam first. I move that the commission. Oh,
Did we vote on the regional entry applications? I don't, for the ones we did. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
We coupled them.
I move that the commission approve a reallocation of $4,750 from the FY26 Community Mitigation Fund grant to the town of Agawam to the town's FY27 Community Mitigation Fund grant for the purchase of, interoperability radios as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission approve a modification of the City of Cambridge's FY26 Community Mitigation Fund grant by authorizing a reallocation of $48,000 towards trainings for high-rise fire operations, hazardous material response, technical rescue, and critical incident support and trainings for the city's Marine Unit and dive rescue teams as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hill.
I move that the commission approve a modification of the City of Everett's 2022 Community Mitigation Fund grant by authorizing a reallocation of $64,000 toward purchase of utility task vehicles as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today, and further move that the commission approve a reallocation of $1,385,513,019 from the City of Everett's 2022 Mystic River Walk Transportation Construction Grant to the city's 2023 Wellington Connection Path Transportation Construction Grant as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
My eye's in there too. 5-0. and Everett again. So that's not to confuse everyone.
Mr. Chairman, question. So can someone repeat the motion we just voted on? Because now I'm feeling like we might have merged 3 and 4.
I did both Everett. I did both Everetts.
Oh, okay, got it.
Wasn't sure.
That was smart.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission approve a modification of the Great City of Ludlow's FY25 Community Mitigation Fund grant by authorizing a reallocation of $35,000 towards the funding for a flock camera service contract as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
I'm gonna say nay on this purely because I've got some flock issues.
Got it. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 4, and Commissioner O'Brien voted yes. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
I move that the commission approve a reallocation of $23,500 from the town of Plainville's 2022 Community Mitigation Fund grant to complete the funding needed for the town's utility task vehicle program requested in its FY27 municipal block grant application as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Commissioner Hill, what was the amount?
The amount was $23,500.
That's the correct amount. The initial versions, I was working with Jenna on, the initial version had what the remaining balance in that grant was. They're only looking for $23,500 to complete the utility vehicle purchase.
This is Plainville.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have the updated motions then, because I still have the prior amount. But that's fine.
I'll second.
I don't know what I missed.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission approve a modification of the City of Springfield's 2023 Community Mitigation Fund grant by authorizing a reallocation of $382,000 towards the city's Main Street Convention District retail project and its public safety project requests as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
So I have a different number on that one.
That one should be 326.
326,600.
Yeah, I apologize.
Could I get the updated version?
I can share it with you, Commissioner Skinner. I did update those numbers while with Derek, advice from Derek in the Word document, the updated Word document, but I will forward it around.
You have to go to the SharePoint, the SharePoint link.
The SharePoint version, yes.
I'm in it, but I guess maybe that's, I don't know, that's the problem. I'm in it while you're making edits to it, perhaps. I don't know. But
I think
so I
have
should
to
close it
refresh the
and
link or you're in an
close it.
older
Okay, that's fine. It's been open
What's
all
the
day.
number? Give me the number again.
326,600.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Give everyone just a second to make sure that they have an updated version before we go to Rentham, which is the last one.
It's the last one. Awesome.
Everyone contain your excitement.
Just to say,
I just
love
forwarded
Brad.
the
Brad always has the happiest eyes whenever he votes.
I just forwarded the updated version, but I just want to note that the only two that were updated in that manner were, at this point, were Plainville and Springfield. So Rentham should be accurate.
All right, got it. All right, I'm ready when the commissioners are ready to move.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I move the commission approve a modification of the town of Rentham's 2023 Community Mitigation Fund grant by authorizing reallocation of $5,115.50 toward the funding for purchase of speed trailers and accessories as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman,
All right.
5 minutes or less, right?
Yes, yes,
Awesome.
3:48. Everyone returned. Thank you. Thank you, Connor. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We're hosting this meeting virtually, so we have to do a roll call. Good afternoon again, Commissioner O'Brien.
Hello again.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Broder.
It is indeed.
We're going to try not to say good evening today. So with that, let us, good news, we have taken care of 11A. So we are now going to go to 11B. And for that, I believe we are turning to Councilor Hinton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm here before you to present amendments to 205 CMR 138.69, which governs entertainment, filming, and photography in the gaming area, as well as a request for a vote for final approval. This regulation was previously presented to you for initial promulgation on April 9th, 2026, after which it was sent out for public comment with a hearing held on May 19th, 2026. So beginning on page 269 of your packet, you will find a memo outlining today's request, followed by a copy of the April 9th, 2026 memo for reference, as well as the redlined regulation for your review and an amended small business impact statement. As a refresher, the legal division, in collaboration with the IEB and Gaming Agents Division, have proposed amendments to this regulation in an effort to better reflect the current landscape of available entertainment, filming, and photography options to the licensed gaming establishments, while also ensuring appropriate oversight of these types of activities when they occur in the gaming area. Again, a copy of the April 9th memo was provided in your packet for reference, which is on page 271. It outlines the amendments which were previously proposed and which you previously approved for promulgation. Since that time, we received comments from a member of the public, as well as from our 3 gaming licensees, which submitted joint comments. These comments can be found beginning on page 280 of your packet. After review of the comments received, we are proposing to make some additional changes, which you will see mostly outlined in blue in the red line in your packet. I'll just note for one of them, you'll see a strike through that I was not able to change the color for, so that's why it's still in red. But these newly proposed amendments are consistent with the Commission's goal of protecting patrons and ensuring the integrity of gaming activities. The regulation continues to require licensees to submit internal control provisions that include a plan that aligns with the outlined regulatory requirements, which will, as always, be approved by the IEB and Executive Director. To review the additional changes that we are proposing, language has been added to subsection 1 to permit the licensees to allow these covered activities to occur in the gaming area in order to document general maintenance. This is in addition to the purposes of marketing, general entertainment, and news reporting, which employees, patrons, or news media may engage in as long as they provide proper notice to the IEB and the limitations that are outlined below in subsection 4 are followed. So again, it's the in your red line, you will see language in blue. That is what we are proposing to add at this time. While the regulation does continue to allow the gaming licensees to take photos or film to memorialize an emergency situation, as you will see in subsection 1, subsection 2, we now propose to no longer require notice to be provided in such situations within 24 hours of the emergency, and that's where you see the strike through in subsection 2, as the gaming licensees do document such incidents in reports, which they notify the IEB of on a daily basis. The IEB also has access to all these reports as well. So. The third change that we are proposing is on the second page of the red line, again in blue. In response to comments received, the escort requirement that is found in subsection 4, this was a requirement we proposed to require the licensees to have an escort accompany any patrons or news media that are engaging in activities on the floor. And instead, we are proposing that once approved to engage in the covered activity in the gaming area, the individual must meet with a licensee representative before starting their activity on that day. The licensee must periodically monitor their activities by checking in with them occasionally during the day itself. And the surveillance department, of course, must be notified of their presence so they can monitor their activity as well. And the last change that the last proposed amendment we are adding here comes up on page 3 of the red line. This is in response again to licensee comments regarding the attestation requirement. So taking a look at their comment and being cognizant of the fact that individuals may request to engage in such activities continuously, few times in a 6-month period, for example, language has been added in subsection 6H5, which would require that this attestation be signed and filed once a year, while still requiring the notice to the IEB of each individual activity. So we would have that person theoretically file a new attestation after that 1-year period. And the last change that you'll see in red at the very end of the red line was just a clarification that we made in subsection 10 relative to the signage requirement, which was made in order to ensure that patrons of the casino are aware via this sign that filming could include both, of course, audio and visual components. So again, after review by both the legal division and the gaming agents division, members of which, of course, as we know, work directly in these licensed casinos, we are proposing to make the further changes as have been outlined, and we are requesting a vote for final promulgation. And as before, I am joined here by Director of the IEB, Caitlin Monahan, and Gaming Agents Division Chief Bert Kane. We are all available here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right. I did conduct this hearing, and I think I stated this during agenda setting. One of the rare meetings where people showed up and talked. So it was Gus just representing his letter. Daniel representing the letter. And with that said, questions, comments, thoughts? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement in the draft of 205 CMR 138.69 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today, and further that staff be authorized to take steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will turn it over to Autumn.
Hi, good afternoon. Today I'm bringing back 205 CMR 248.12 for final review. The materials begin at page 290 in the packet. As a reminder, this is the portion regarding the withdrawals from an account if it is not technologically feasible to withdraw to the original payment method. It was initially presented to the Commission at the April 9th public meeting. There was a hearing for public comment on May 19th, and we received 2 written comments on this amendment. The first comment was from FanDuel. They thought that making the payment via check was too prescriptive, and they proposed 2 alternative sets of language. We chose to adopt FanDuel's second recommendation, which would allow the payments to be made via other approved methods in addition to checks. This would align with the purpose of the amendment without being too prescriptive. The patrons would get their money quicker, and it was easier to comply with on FanDuel's or the operator's end. So we chose to adopt that change. We also received a second comment from an individual who, but unfortunately that comment was, while it was addressed toward this amendment, what they proposed was not pertinent to account withdrawals, so it didn't really fit with this amendment as it stands, so we did not choose to adopt it. We appreciate their public input. Are there any questions?
Commissioners, questions? I support it. The updates.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement in the draft of 205 CMR 248.12 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today, and further that staff be authorized to take steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder,
Yes.
and I vote yes, 5-0. All right, thank you, Autumn.
Okay, and the next regulation is also mine. So starting at page 301 in the packet, I'm bringing forward an amendment to 205 CMR 256.06 for the initial review by the commission. The reason why we're bringing this forward for an amendment is that there are requirements related to display of the problem gambling helpline that have a discrepancy with where the problem gambling helpline needs to be listed. So there's just a slight discrepancy between 256.062 and 256.063. While the helpline isn't required for sports wagering branding, the requirement that the helpline not be obscured still lists branding. In order to fix this discrepancy, we are striking the term branding from 205 CMR 256.063. Please let me know if you have any questions.
I had my questions answered in the 2x2, which was essentially this will not affect advertising, and that was important to me. Commissioners, comments? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission approve the small business impact statement in the draft of 205 CMR 256.06 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today, and further that staff be authorized to take steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to begin the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0. All right. Thank you again, Council. Attorney Young.
Good afternoon, Chair Maynard and Commissioners. Beginning on page 307 of your packets, I have a short memo detailing the proposed changes to the authorized rules of poker with the sections of the rules showing red line changes included on pages 308 through 312 of your packets. The legal division, in conjunction with the gaming agents division of the IEB, has proposed changes to the rules by adding a definition of a bomb anti-wager in the definition section, which is an optional wager for players seated at the table to engage in. A required minimum 4 players has to be used for that wager. To reflect this, Section 7 of the authorized rules of poker have also been amended to show this change as well. Most significant changes in these rules have been made within Section 19, specifically paragraphs D, E, and H of the authorized rules regarding the counting of bad beat payout boxes. For those not fully aware, a bad beat payout is a special payout in poker games and rooms where a player loses with a very strong hand to an even stronger hand. And to encourage overall camaraderie and enjoyment of the game and popularity of a poker facility, a bad beat payout is a special payout, in which case a small portion of the raked pot is paid to a player with a pretty great hand who's caught colloquially a bad beat. So what we have proposed is changing the counting of bad beat payout wagers or payout boxes at each tables. Within Section D, we would no longer count bad beat payout boxes at the poker table or within the satellite or the main cage on the casino floor. Instead, bad beat payout boxes would be collected from tables, secured, and transported to a count room in the back of house. And then once counted, the amount would be reported by the accounting department and the Bureau. Once that number is given to authorized personnel, the amount would be updated by a poker shift supervisor and managed daily by authorized personnel. So I am happy to screen share those amendments to you or pause and answer questions. I'm also joined by Gaming Agents Division Chief Burke Kane if you have any other technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I will start the conversation by saying that I needed an education on bomb pox. So I did. I won't reveal what the conversation was, but I did take the opportunity to call one of our friends that are really good at poker, Jess Wellman, who's moved from covering gaming into the responsible gaming space, and she helped educate me on that. So I'm good with the changes on this, as well as our 2x2. Still young, but I need a little extra homework.
No, I mean, if you got to go to the best, go to the best.
Mr. Chairman.
Else? Commissioner Broder.
If there's nothing else, I move that the commission approve the amended rules of the game of poker as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Thanks very much, Chair and Commissioners. Happy Juneteenth. Happy Freedom Day to you all.
Happy Juneteenth to you too. All right. With that, anything else, Kevin? All right. Let's go. Under Commissioner updates, we added the succession of officer positions. I'll briefly just set the stage to say we appreciate Commissioner Broder for serving as secretary and Commissioner Skinner for serving as treasurer. And I did review the memo this morning. I called Commissioner O'Brien in full disclosure and tried to read kind of who's next at bat. I think it's very clear that the presumptive nominee is Commissioner Broder for treasurer. With the secretary, I think my reading of it was Commissioner O'Brien, but Commissioner O'Brien, is that correct?
I think we talked about this. I think you being chair changed the order of everything. So in my mind, it was Commissioner Hill, but I think when you moved it, changed the order. So I think I'm up next.
That's the way I read it.
I should know, right? So I should probably remember that, right?
All right, Mr. Chairman, in accordance with
Someone else moved for you, Paul?
treasurer's up first. I'm sorry.
I can do it. I can take that one, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with MGL Chapter 12K, Section 3F, I move that the commission appoint Commissioner Paul Broder as treasurer for a term of 1 year.
Yeah, I would just add friendly amendment commencing upon the termination of Commissioner Skinner's year.
Accept your friendly amendment. And just to clarify, is that July 15th or July 1? Last year it was the 15th of July, and I was incorrect in stating July 1 during agenda setting.
I believe it's the 15th.
Correct. That's my understanding as well.
Yeah, I second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Geez, I got to think about this one.
I don't.
Aye.
You can throw your name in for the nomination. It's just suggested nomination.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
No.
We debate this every year.
Brad, you had your opportunity.
Just to vote for yourself. I vote yes. You sure you're not voting for yourself, Commissioner Broder?
I will vote yes. I've never not voted for me, for God's sake.
All right. Yeah, you gotta.
Unlike most of my family, right?
District 5-0. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes.
I think there was a typo in the
It should be 23.
motion. 23K. Sorry, yes, it's 23K, not 12K. So I apologize for not being so. Someone wants to amend the motion in accordance with 23K section 3F. That'd be fine.
That's my bad. I apologize.
That's all right. No problem. No problem.
We
So
did
with that
say,
amendment,
did we say 23K?
I said 12K. I
You said
should
12K.
have known better.
23K.
All right, let's just do it this way. Can you reread the motion? And then put in the language that Commissioner O'Brien stated of July 15th.
With Mass General Law, Chapter 12, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 23K, Section 3F, I move that the commission appoint Commissioner Paul Broder as treasurer for a term of 1 year, commencing at the termination of Commissioner Skinner's, my current term.
Thank you.
You're doing the whole thing over again?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Okay, second.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
I thought you
Commissioner
were going to say
Skinner?
still thinking.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder?
I'll say this, it is the virtue of me being in these positions is I follow Commissioner Skinner, which makes it pretty easy because she knocks it out of the park and then I can just glide right into it. So I am actually a yes.
Perfect. And I'm yes, 5-0. All right. Oh, it's updated now. The magic of SharePoint.
Oh, look at you. There you go.
Now, my update didn't come through, so that's odd. It's I don't understand why I'm not seeing any changes.
Your connection into the SharePoint.
How do I do that? We can talk about it offline.
Oh.
Yep.
We'll have IT look at it.
Yeah.
Are you pulling up the Word doc and not the?
No, I clicked on the link that Jenna sent most recently. So
you should have like a HTTP blah, blah, blah at the top, and if you click to refresh it, it should refresh the page.
So mine opens in the document itself and not the browser for some reason. So maybe that's why we figured it out.
Yeah. Yep.
So, Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 23K, Section 3F, I move that the commission appoint Commissioner Eileen O'Brien as secretary for a term of 1 year, commencing upon the end of Commissioner Broder's term.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
I abstain.
All right. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes. 4 and 1 abstention. I won't fight you on it, Commissioner O'Brien. The rule of you always got to vote for yourself. Commissioner Broder got to vote for himself twice and against himself once today, so that was fun.
There you go.
All right.
Not unlike my other efforts in the electoral space, that's for sure.
All right. Any other business?
I got one, Mr. Chairman. It's going to be my coda in terms of UFC Freedom 250, just to kind of close the loop, close the narrative, because the event is over. But the day, I think on the Friday before the Sunday event, there was a last-minute announcement of an additional sponsor, and that sponsor would be World Liberty Financial, which is also known as the Trump family's crypto business. Excitingly, that business is up before the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. The president and his family seeking permission to operate World Liberty Financial like a bank. One last little piece of information about the intertangling of various interests. Happily, that is behind us, and hopefully we won't have to discuss it again.
Thank you for that update. Any other updates? We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
I vote yes, 5-0. I want to thank you all, commissioners, for sticking in on this one and allowing us to move the things over to this agenda, which made it longer. And I hope that everyone enjoys their Juneteenth. And remember, as Commissioner Skinner said yesterday, so artfully, the reason why we celebrate.
Here, here.
Thank you. Everyone have a good day.